It's 10 o'clock and it's time for the council to be in session. We have Ms. Misakowski and Mr. Padilla. We have 3 members present. We need 7 more for a quorum. It's 12 minutes after 10, and we have Mr. Burnson, Mrs. Chick, Mr. Fuhr, Mr. Hernandez, Ms. Misakowski, Mr. Pacheco, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Zavarnich. We have 9 members present. We need 1 for a quorum. Ms. Goldberg, Mr. Holden, Mr. Wax, Mrs. Wallers, please come to the council chamber. The council will please come in order. Call the roll.
Burnson, Chick, Fuhr, Galanter, Goldberg, Hernandez, Holden, Misakowski, Pacheco, Padilla, Ridley, Thomas, Warnich, Wax, Walters, Ferraro, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, let me point out, first of all, that we have 3 agendas today, so we have a long day ahead of us. This is a meeting of the City Council for the City of Los Angeles on the 17th day of November, 1999. There are 15 council districts in the city. The regular meeting days are Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We are currently being viewed by cable subscribers throughout the Los Angeles area on Channel 35, and we're also being monitored by council phone. So the first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Burnson moves, Mr. Hernandez second. If there's no objections, unanimous vote. Next item.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote. The next item.
Before beginning with the regular agenda, there are several items council's request to continue. Item number 1, applicant consents to a continuance to December 15th.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote.
Item number 2, applicant requests continuance to February 2nd, 2000.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote.
Item number 4, applicant requests continuance to November 24th.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote.
Items 29 and 31, the Housing Department has advised us those items can be received and filed.
29 and 31.
Yes, Mr. President.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote.
Item 47, a request to continue to November 19th.
That's 37?
47.
Oh, 47. 47 to continue until the 19th.
Yes, Mr. President.
There's no objections, unanimous vote.
Items 54 and 55, Housing has requested those be continued to December 7th.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote.
Item 56, Housing has requested those be continued to December 14th.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote.
Item 72, a request to continue to December 14th.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote.
Item 79 should be received and filed. It has been adopted on November 9th.
There's no objections, unanimous vote.
Item number 80, a request to continue to November 19th.
If there's no objections, unanimous vote.
And item 88, a request to continue to November 24th.
88,
Yes, Mr. President.
if there's no objections, unanimous vote. 39 and 40, are those being asked to continue?
Yes, Mr. President, those are to continue the hearing in the ordinance.
Okay. 39 and 40 will... If there's no objections, those hearings will be continued until December 7th on 39 and 40. Next item.
You have two confirmations of city officials. Item number 5 is confirmation of Daniel Falcone to the Housing Authority for the term ending June 6, 2001.
Mr. Falcone, would you please take the center table? This is a committee report from the Housing and Community Redevelopment. The appointment of Daniel Falcone, Jr. Any discussion? Mr. Burnson?
Members of the council, I just have to, I could not say anything about Dan because the tremendous job that he did for us following the Northridge earthquake. If any one individual worked very strongly with us to get rid of our ghost towns and help us recover, it was Dan Falcone. And I'm happy to see him agree to be willing to serve, and I would urge that we, number one, thank him for doing so, and number two, approve him. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Savarnich?
Thank you, Mr. President. I also would like to rise in support of Dan Falcone. Again, the work that he did following the Northridge earthquake, as well as all of the wonderful projects that he was able to work with the Los Angeles Housing Department warrants this gentleman being confirmed as a Housing Authority Commissioner. I would like to move approval.
Okay, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Mr. Falcone, you've been confirmed, and we want to thank you for serving the city. Forthwith on that item. Next item.
Item number 78 is confirmation of Eric M. Aldretti to the Quality and Productivity Commission.
Item 78.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just wanted to rise in support of Mr. Aldreta's confirmation here. I had the fortune of meeting Eric when I was back east at school. As an undergraduate, he was a graduate student at MIT. His undergraduates at UC Berkeley. I believe he represents some of the best and the brightest of the future of the city of Los Angeles. He's a successful lawyer and very involved in the community in various causes and organizations. I think he'll serve the city well, and we should be proud to have him as one of our commissioners.
Mrs. Chick.
Yes, as Chair of Government Efficiency Committee, I also want to rise in recommendation, and was only sorry that for a new commissioner on quality and productivity, that he had to show up Friday when we didn't have a quorum. So I hope you at least notice we took you out of order. You well deserve that, and I'm also looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Chick moves, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Mr. Aldretti, you've been approved, and we want to thank you for serving the city, and we'll send it forthwith.
Thank you.
Next item.
On the regular agenda, item number 3 is a required public hearing item.
Item number 3 is an ordinance. Any discussion?
There's no cards on screen.
Anyone want to be heard on 3? There's no cards. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Any discussion? If not, prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, 6 and 7.
Yes, Mr. President, items 6 and 7 are ordinances and committee reports.
Okay, any discussion on, well, 6, let's take 6 first. Any discussion on 6? If
On 6?
you want to call it special?
No, oh, I was just going to say good things about it, so.
Let's just, we got a long agenda, so you know.
All right.
So prepare the roll on item 6. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
That goes over 1 week. That is an ordinance, the committee report is adopted, but the ordinance is, because it needs 12 votes and it has to be unanimous, it goes over 1 week. So this matter will be again, will be before us again next week. Mr. Holden? Yes.
Their request for public comment, one of my constituents had indicated they wanted to come.
Mr. Holden, this had a public hearing before. So we had public hearings on this already.
Did
Okay.
they fill out a card?
There are we had several cards, but Mr. Holden, when we have a committee hearing, they're allowed to speak at the hearing, and then
I
unless
know.
there's a special motion to have a hearing here.
Okay.
Okay,
We just want to make that clear.
You understand those rules, don't you?
I understand the rules are. I just want to make it clear because sometimes the observers saying there's been a hearing, but they give a hearing here. So they must understand that. That's the point I was trying to make, Mr.
Okay,
President.
thank you. I'm glad you clarified that. Okay. Next item.
Item 7 is committee report and ordinance. Do you wish to take 7, 8, and 18?
Yeah, we have, members of the council, we have 7, 8, 18, 32, 35, and 36 before us. So Mr. Burnson has called it special, but we're going to get back to it as soon as possible. So let's move on with the other agenda.
Next items, items 9 through 25, are items for which public hearings have been held.
Which ones? Say that again, I didn't.
Items 9 through 25.
9 through 25,
Yes,
hearings
Mr.
have been
President.
held. Any special by council members? Ten.
Item 16, Mr. Pacheco wants special.
That's 3, Nate.
Yeah.
Mr. Pacheco wants what?
16.
Mr. President, with regard to 25, I'm prepared to move 25, but there's also a necessary discussion about vehicles for these employees, which I'd like to have go to Budget and Finance so we could figure out a way to fund them. That isn't part of 25. So I don't wish to discuss 25, but I do wish to assure that there's a discussion that's moved to Budget and Finance about vehicles.
Well, I called it special.
Oh, you did?
25,
Oh, Ms. Shea called the special, so
yeah. I called 25 special.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move item B of 18, or call it special, whichever you prefer. Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call item 19 special.
19 is called special with Mr. Hernandez. So let's see what we have here now. We have 8, no, 8 is it. Okay, we have 9, we have 11, we have 12, we have 13, 14, 17, 18 is called special. 19 is called special. We have 20, 21, 22, 24. Prepare the roll on those items. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved.
Not for very long, they will not be approved.
Next item.
On item 24, and we want that hearing reopened.
The next item,
Items for which public hearing,
Affect every one of you. You are voting on an illegal precedent-setting process. Would you like to arrest me, sir? What principle was it?
no. Yeah, that, yeah.
I didn't realize we were on that day's agenda. I'd like to at least call it special. I went out to see it, and I have some questions about some of the conditions, and I'd like to call that item special, if I might, Mr. President.
Item 24, Mr. Wax, so you move reconsideration for the purpose. All right, is there any objections to reconsideration? And it's called special?
Is Goldberg here? Still not here.
I think we did have a public hearing on this a couple different times. Next item,
items for which public hearings have not been held, items 26 through 38.
item 26 through 38, we have cards on 32, on 35.
Those are the sunshine items,
Yeah.
32, 35, and 36.
Yeah, 32, 35, and 36 are called special. Next item,
Items 26 through 38, with those, the exception of those called special so far.
all right, any other specials by council? Anybody want to be heard on any of the other items? Seeing none, public hearings closed on those items. Any special by council members? So Maria, help me, which ones are before us?
Items 26, 27, 28, 30, 33, 34, 37, and 38.
You didn't call 32?
No, that's special.
Yeah.
That's one of the sunshine.
Okay.
Mr. President, on 38, I've just been informed that's an issue in my district. It has not gone to Plum Committee yet. I'd like to hold it over for 4 weeks.
And send it to the committee in the meantime?
Yeah, it should go to Plum.
For 4 weeks would be December 17th. There's no objections, that would be the case on item 38? Okay. All right, prepare the roll on the balance. Tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Those are approved. Next item,
Items for which on the, let's see, on the continued agenda, items noticed for public hearing, items 39 and 40, those have already been adopted or taken care of. Those were continued, the hearing and ordinance, to December 7th. Items for which public hearings have been held, items 41 through 50.
are there any specials by council members? 44A. Special on 48. Special on 48.
Special?
44. Any other special?
42, I just want to move the CAO report. As opposed to the Arts, Health, and Humanities report.
Okay, if there's no objections, that CAO report will be before us. Okay, now we have 40, 41, 42 as amended by Mrs. Walters, 43, 45, 46, 49, and 50. Prepare the roll on those. Tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Those are approved. Next item,
Items for which public hearings have not been held, items 51 through 71.
51 through 71?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, anybody in the audience wants to be heard on any of those items?
Chip wants 71 special.
And she can speak up on. Anybody want to be heard on 51 through 71? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Savornich has called 62.
Just have a technical correction on item 63, Mr. President. We don't need to call it special, though.
What is the technical item?
In the report, it says that for the program, the Topsail program that we brought forward last week, that the Board of Harbor Commissioners appropriate $300,000 over a 2-year period. This morning, the Board of Harbor Commissioners increased that amount to $400,000 over a 2-year period, and so I would like to move an amendment to the report that the amount be listed as $400,000 rather than $3, based upon an action by the Board of Harbor Commissioners this morning.
That's item 63.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, are there any other specials? What do we have now? 51?
51, 52, 53, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63 through 71.
One. Okay, 63 as amended. Prepare the roll on those items. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Forthwith on 68. What's that?
67 and 69 forthwith.
67 and 69 forthwith. No objections, that will be the order. Next item. Mrs. Wallers wants to be recorded as a no vote on 68. No objections, that will be the order. Next item.
Items noticed for public hearings, item 73.
Item 73.
Yes, Mr. President.
We have a card on that, so we'll call that special.
Also, there is a written objection on the file from Roger Sullivan on behalf of the property owner, and he mentioned that if that's announced, he does not need to speak.
Okay, well, it's called special. Next item.
Items for which public hearings have been held, items 74 through 77.
Any specials by council members, 74 to 77? 75 is called special.
I missed on 71, Mr. Ferraro, I'm sorry. Item 71 is special.
You have to move reconsideration. Yeah. If there's no objections, Mrs. Chick moves reconsideration of item 71. You got to pay attention. Yeah, okay. We have,
Mr. President?
we have 74 through 77 with the exception of 75. Prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved.
Mr. President,
Mr. Wax?
I'd like to move reconsideration of item number 6, that we now have 12 votes who can adopt that today, and
There was a no vote, Mr. Wax.
it will be taken care of.
Is that 24, item 24?
No. All right, Mr. Wax moved reconsideration of item 6. There's no objections, the matter is before us. Prepare the roll on item number 6.
No, he's out of the room.
Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith on that. Next item.
Items, 70, items for which public hearings have not been held, items 78 through 86.
We don't have any cards. Does anybody in the audience wants to be heard on items 78 through 86? Actually, 81 through 86. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. We have no cards. Any specials by council members, 81 through 86? Any specials? If not, prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved.
Forthwith on 86, please.
Forthwith on 86. All right, we have, items 7.
You have to do item 87. It's not, the city attorney said it wasn't deemed approved.
Oh, item 87?
Yes, Mr. President. The city attorney has advised that council can vote on that.
Okay, any discussion on 87?
Yes, Mr. President.
You want to call it special?
And I would like to have it continued 2 weeks, please.
Continue one?
2 weeks?
Is there any objection to continue?
Members, there's a legal necessity that this be considered today. It should have been considered yesterday.
We'll call it special, Mr. President.
Item 87 has been called special by Mr. Savornich. Mr. Deaton, are we ready for sunshine? All right. We'll take up the Sunshine Canyon items there, which are, give me the numbers again. They're 7, 8, 18, 32, 35, and 36. Okay. First, Sergeant, can you clear, members of the council, can I have your attention? We're going to take up the Sunshine Canyon matter first, and let's have a report from the sanitation district as well, sanitation department as well as the CLA, and we'll ask Ms. Sikowski to
Mr. President,
start this meeting.
just for clarification, since we have, I think, 6 different council file items, I'd like to explain which each of them are, and then perhaps with the city attorney and Mr. Deaton's assistance, we can go through them in the appropriate order. Item number 7 is a franchise ordinance allowing the city to impose a franchise fee itself that is separate from any action in approving a landfill, but it is a separate ordinance, first reading on the ability to create a franchise fee ordinance in the city. Item number 8 is the Sunshine Canyon Zone Change and General Plan Amendment. That is an ordinance, second reading. Item number 18 is the Councilman Fuhrer's motion, which would amend the ordinance and require the banning of diesel trucks from the landfill. This one was referred, last time it was in council, to both environmental quality, waste management, and I believe Budget and Finance Committee. That one you have separate reports on as to whether or not the ordinance itself should be amended, requiring a condition change to ban diesel trucks from the landfill after a certain period of time when it's economically and financially feasible. Item number 32 is Councilman Bernson's motion, which requires a conversion of all city trucks from diesel to non-diesel. There was a recommendation to refer that to Environmental Quality Committee. And then items number 35 and item number 36 are similar. They are Councilman Wax's motion and Councilwoman Chick's motion to continue the consideration of the basic zone change and general plan amendment itself until alternatives are explored. So I just wanted to lay that out for you as we discuss it. There can be separate votes. Item number 18 is the only one which would amend the ordinance itself, and so before we discuss the ordinance, that should be considered. And probably before we consider that, or as we vote, we would want to consider items 35 and 36, which would continue it until a later time. That is the general outline. Perhaps we should ask now the Mr. Deaton and the Bureau of Sanitation to discuss it, as well as ask the Planning Department staff to come to the table as they relate to the other items.
Ms. Sikowski, which item was suggested be referred to committee?
Item number 32, but we may want to have part of discussion of that. That is the Bernson motion, which requires the conversion of all city trucks from diesel to non-diesel. But we can have a...
Is that 32 or 33?
I'm sorry, it's 33.
Yeah, because item 32 is also on this issue, I think.
Okay, let's get a report from the department.
Mr. President, last time this was considered by council, you asked my office and the Bureau of Sanitation to look at the alternate cost. And I think on your desk, it was delivered to your office, and also I think on your desk is a review by myself of these cost alternatives to Sunshine. And essentially, the driving force on...
Sergeant, could we have some quiet in the council chamber? We want everybody to hear this now, including the people in the audience. Get out of here.
Essentially, there are three components of disposing of the trash once we've collected it. One is obviously the tipping fee at the landfill. One is in at least roughly half of our, a little over half of our trash at the present time is a transfer charge. That is, we bring trash to a transfer station, and that two refuse trucks' trash is transferred into a larger truck, and that larger truck then goes to a landfill and pays a tipping fee. That transfer cost, we have an existing contract that's, that transfer service cost us $15.48 per ton. And then once it's in the truck, it costs us someplace between 9 and 10 cents a mile per ton to whatever site that we take that to in order to dispose of it at a landfill. In the case of roughly half our trash today, it is direct haul. That means that we do not go through that intermediate step of the transfer station, and hence we save $15.48 from the get-go on the transfer stations, and someplace between, depending on how far away, my estimates are from $4.50 a ton to as high as almost $19 a ton. So if we assume for a moment that we receive from an alternate landfill site, i.e. in Riverside County or in Antelope Valley or another place relatively close but yet some distance from Los Angeles, the same tipping fee that we plan on getting from Sunshine Canyon and have currently under contract, our cost will be someplace, giving these numbers, someplace in the neighborhood of $9 million a year more. If you assume for a moment that we are in fact not going to use Sunshine, then there is a need for a transfer station in the valley particularly. And that transfer station, I have assumed the cost to be the same as the cost that we currently have for the Central. And the transportation cost would be 9 to 10 cents cost per mile per ton from that point. We would have to get a tipping fee in Riverside and/or Antelope Valley or some other alternate place of roughly $7.50 a ton in order to compete with and have the overall cost break even. I suggest that's not possible. So from an economic standpoint, I do not believe, and I don't think the Bureau of Sanitation, I have discussed this with the county sanitation district, et cetera, there is any alternative available that would be cheaper than Sunshine in the region, either now or in the near future. And that's my study.
Okay, can we have something from the department?
I'm Drew Sones, Assistant Director with the Bureau of Sanitation. We have worked with the Chief of Legislative Analysts on this. We have been studying alternative disposal capacity for the last 10 years I have been in the Bureau to make sure that incrementally we are always at the least cost option. And as Mr. Deaton indicated, given the current industry today and the capacity available and at the prices available today, Sunshine Canyon is the least cost option for us in the immediate future and the near extended future. And those are my comments.
Talking to the microphone, will you, Drew? Sergeant, would you get all these people out of here because they talk and we can't hear what's going on?
Okay. We've been working in the last 10 years looking for alternative disposal sites into the future that will be available to us as we use up the existing capacity locally. We've been working with the CLA to looking at existing costs and listing landfills that are available to us. We've been in negotiations on pricing for some of those, and the results show that Sunshine, which is local, which does not require additional transfer and haul costs, is the least cost option for the refuse that we collect well into the next 5 to 10 years.
Anyone else want to be heard? Okay, then we'll start with Mr. Burnson. Mr. Burnson, I should point out that we've had hearings on this.
Yes, I understand, but I am
And we
going
do
to...
have a lot of people that want to be heard.
Well, I am going to make a motion, Mr. President. These people came all the way out here this morning, and I'm going to move for a 20-minute public hearing. But I would like to ask a couple questions first of, there's a wide discrepancy between the amount of money that is claimed is going to be saved by reopening Sunshine and what actually may be. And the difference is approximately $5 million. Now, the figures don't add up. The figures that sanitation is given and the figures that CAO have are not matching figures, and if it comes right down to it, there is a difference. There is not an $8 million saving, there is a $3 million saving. And I have to point out to members of the council that if this is correct, I mean, we've cost the city that much in the living wage adoption, which didn't impose health conditions or problems on any community. Second of all, I have a document here which was given to me today, which shows the various companies that are involved in conversion of diesel from their fleet. Included in this are people like Waste Management, Metropolitan Waste, CNR, EDCO, Palm Springs Disposal, and a number of others. Nowhere on this do you see BFI, okay? Nowhere, okay? So you have to understand that there may be a lot of talk about doing things the right way, but actions speak louder than words, and this shows that BFI is not even mentioned in here. There's been a lot of conversation, members of the council, about equal sharing of problems, and one council member, I won't mention names, said that the freeway runs right through her district. Another council member mentioned that the pipeline runs through his district. Well, I can tell you that we have two pipelines, Pacific and Mobile, which run right through Granada Hills. The 12th district, including Granada Hills, has 3 freeways that run through it, the 5, the 405, and the 118, okay? You have 6? Well, congratulations. You're trying to top me, right? Again. Anyway, yes, there is such a thing as sharing, and we are a society, and we have to take, we have to bear some of the things such as airports and things that are part of society today and part of our world. But it just seems to me that an inordinate part is being dumped upon Granada Hills, particularly in light of the fact that it's not necessary right now. First of all, we still have the county portion. We have the option, they've already destroyed the trees up in the canyon for the most part, so we're not really going to be saving a heck of a lot. Second of all, we have the other option and I use this as an interim because I don't believe that refuse should be put in the ground anywhere, whether it's out in the desert or any place where eventually it's going to create situations such as we have with toxic things such as Belmont and other areas. We all know about the water supply. Actually speaking, for a short term, until we can find alternatives, should we run out of space in the county portion or at Orange County, where we now send some of our refuse, we could long haul it. It might be a slight additional cost, but it really isn't that much based upon the figures. If you want to break down the figures between the $8 million and the $3 million, then really we're only talking possibly $3 million. But ultimately, we should be getting into a program of energy conversion that this city started upon many years ago, but because of the fact that we chose to put it in the wrong location, it went down, and we should have continued. Other areas in the world, Japan, Europe, even the city of Long Beach have energy conversion plants where their refuse is burned in a clean manner with scrubbers so that it doesn't pollute, and it is turned into energy. So these are the alternatives we have. I would urge the council not to rush to judgment today. In fact, what we ought to really be doing basically is not approving this. and we ought to be seeking forth. Thank you. I'm going to ask my constituents who are so kind to come down today, please don't demonstrate. I mean, when I say things you like, don't applaud. When somebody else, who you'll hear some that you won't like, don't boo or make catcalls, but let it be heard, and that's the proper way to conduct. So don't cheer for me, even though I appreciate your being here. We need to look at these things carefully, members of the council, and I would urge that we've already had a move and a second for a 20-minute public hearing, and I would urge that we listen to what the constituents say, and I would urge that we do not approve this today. Thank you.
Did you get your answers, Mr. Burnson?
No, I never did get my answers.
Yeah, will you give them the answers?
Can you give me an answer to that, Mr. Deaton? Why is there a discrepancy of $5 million?
Well, Mr. Burnson, I don't know of the discrepancy. Let me just explain the numbers the way I see them. When you shift from transfer station in the valley, which we do not currently do, and you use the existing rate that we use, that we have a contract for, it is not speculation, is $15.48 per ton, and you take the closest place that we can go to, and if you add up that transportation charge,
What is the closest place?
Antelope Valley.
What about the county facility at BFI, which is now open? Isn't that closer than Antelope Valley?
No, what I was saying was...
It adjoins Sunshine.
What I'm saying is that if you, my understanding of my assignment is to contrast Sunshine Canyon dollars vis-a-vis other alternatives outside of the city of Los Angeles. My point is that in the valley, it is all direct haul. There is roughly 1,500 tons that goes in the valley direct haul to either Bradley West today or Sunshine. If you take the dollar amount that we have contractually for Central Transfer Station, which is $15.48, and you assume the same cost that we have, contract cost, of the transportation cost of 9 to 10 cents per ton to the nearest location, that amount will exceed the tipping amount that we're going to Sunshine today. The transfer service and the transportation cost will exceed the tipping cost at Sunshine. So any tipping fee we pay, no matter where it is, Antelope Valley, Riverside, Eagle Mountain, or whatever, will be above and beyond a break even. I don't know how you make I don't see any discrepancies in the numbers. Whether you make the decision today based on this or not, there is no way to say that that somehow there is a cheaper alternative. You may or may not choose to make the decision that way, but the numbers are very clear. There is no way, and the discrepancy between the 9 million and the 8 million is that Sanitation's proposal that we circulated several weeks ago assumed that we were going to, in fact, build and operate the transfer station. We assume that we can do it cheaper than the contract cost. But for purposes of comparison, I use the actual number that we pay in Central for a transfer station and the transportation charge.
Members of the council, even if this is correct, and I still have some doubts about it, because the figures just simply don't match the different reports. Even if it is the $8 million you're talking about, Mr. Deaton, based upon a $4 billion budget plus $8 million for the disruption and contamination of a neighborhood and a community is a very expensive price to pay in comparison with what we've got in the way of a community there and what we spend on other things. And I'm suggesting that even if you are right, it's not something we should be doing.
All right, members of the council, we're going to have the public hearing, and there's a motion for a 20-minute public hearing, and I know there are a lot of people who want to be heard, and so we probably won't be able to get to all of them, but the cards will be part of the file, so if you're not heard, we're going to start with Mary Edwards. Mary Edwards, and then Wayne Hunter.
Sadly, the hearing today seemes to be focused on economics and not people, because one of the the price of one of the children in our community is certainly worth more than the few $1,000,000 that may be the discrepancy. But beyond that, there is plenty of room in the county facility. You have a contract under a lawsuit that guarantees you the right to dump in the county for as long as the county is in operation. There are 215 acres in the county. There is 194 acres in the city, but you propose to put on 194 in the city 55 million tons of trash, and you say, well, possibly they can only accommodate 17 on the 200 in the county? This is absurd. This defies belief because you have a huge footprint in there. And at the last reports, they were only at 17% capacity. They still have 83% capacity left in the county. There is no reason. You'll get the best price, the same price. There is no reason to do this except the economics that flows to the city. We're very skeptical of the fact that possibly you want to split the tipping fees with the county, because there is in their CUP a provision for you to split tipping fees. It may be the income that you want from this rather than saving money for the taxpayers. And this is duplicity at its grandest. We're seeing money against health and lives. And these are the things I really want to talk about, the health and lives. But I'm forced to talk about the economic considerations. Though, as I said, no one of these people in this community is replaceable. And it is on your conscience to know that there will be health impacts. Thank you.
Wayne Hunter, and then Ann Zolik.
I'm Wade Hunter. I'm president of the North Valley Coalition. I just want to echo Mary's statements and sentiments. I believe that the analysis that you've been presented with is totally fallacious. Okay, it's presented to you. As Mary has pointed out, the county landfill, Sunshine Canyon County landfill, is in operation. You have a guaranteed that you'll be allowed to tip there for as long as that landfill is open. Your guaranteed rates given on their best commercial contract that they have available. You haven't taken that in, so there is no need for a transfer station. You can continue to use your trucks. You do not need one. Also, your analysis doesn't take into account that trash doesn't need to be moved from the San Fernando Valley to any other landfill, be it Eagle Mountain, Sobriety, or any of those other ones, because you have a landfill, okay, right across the city-county line. And oh, by the way, it isn't in the city of Los Angeles, it is in the county. And sanitation was charged with doing an analysis, and they have eliminated Sunshine Canyon County landfill as a viable alternative, okay? So they do not need to move our trash from the San Fernando Valley down to Eagle Mountain. They have a landfill available, and I strongly suggest that you go back and reevaluate that. Thank you very much.
Ann Zelick, and then Marion Stout.
I've been asked today to read a letter from all the teachers at Van Gogh Elementary School. This is what it says. Respected City Council members, we as educators at Van Gogh Elementary write not just in opposition, but in rightful fear of proposed plans to reopen the Sunshine Canyon landfill. As our profession requires, we speak directly about issues concerning the health and well-being of our students, staff, and community. We state clearly our position. The reopening of Sunshine Canyon landfill poses severe, unwarranted, and unnecessary health risks. Diesel fuel and methane gases, both known and proven carcinogens, will increase the occurrence of cancers among students and staff. Gases and other contaminants will also be further spread by the area's high winds, which not only affect the immediate area, but all of Los Angeles County. Particulate matter will raise the risk of respiratory disease, eye, ear, nose, and throat disorders, and bring about unacceptable physical discomfort. Our communities will suffer the ramifications of tainted water brought past and stored for usage in a location adjacent to the dump. These are threats no particulate air conditioners or pollution monitors will remedy. Suggested installation of such devices at our school is in itself an admission and an acknowledgement of the threats and risks associated with this proposed expansion. Risks stunting the learning process and shortening the lifespan of all involved. We know in our hearts that health concerns outweigh cost issues, and therefore urge you to vote against this expansion in favor of alternative sites. Sincerely, Lisa G., James Hum, Pam Flate, Cindy Buckholtz, Linda Hirsch, Hope Watterson, Robin Reinhardt, Paula Himmelstein, Claire Kruger, Diana Soul, Joe Steinhardt, Ellen Atlas, Leanne Perry, Candace Brown, Rosalinda Sapangan, Shauna Stage, Karen Arsenal, Lisette Jaime, Miss Cho, Harvey Abrams, and Yuko Maseba. Thank you very much.
Marilyn Stout, and then Michael Godfrey.
There's a gentleman in the audience who has a brochure telling what they do in Denmark, and I certainly hope you'll hear from him. His ideas are the best. I have a 7-point program. I only suggest 3. I will read 3, and if the sergeant would deliver the rest of the paper, these ideas, that will be fine. Someday, we taxpayers are going to have to strip corporations and real estate developers of all subsidies that promote urban sprawl. We will establish instead urban growth boundaries like Oregon. We will promote beauty, good schools, and good planning all over the city. The sergeant could deliver the rest of this, and I hope you do hear from the gentleman with a brochure from Denmark.
Okay, Michael Godfrey, and then Stan Franklin.
Good morning, members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you this morning. I have been a 32-year resident of the Granada Hills community, and I live 1/4 of a mile from the proposed expansion. I also have worked very closely with 2 members of the council over the years, as I am a retired administrator from the Los Angeles Unified School District. What concerns me greatly is the choice of money versus health. In my capacity as an administrator with the district, I serve the Health and Human Services for the 750,000 youngsters in the Los Angeles Unified School System. There are a couple of health issues that are really paramount that I think you really need to take into consideration that not only affect the inhabitants and citizens of the Granada Hills community, but the Los Angeles metropolitan area totally. In addition to the words that you heard from the Van Gogh faculty, El Oro Elementary School, Frost Middle School, Kennedy High School, Granada Hills High School, and most of the students in that vicinity are going to be impacted by the effects of that Sunshine Canyon landfill. I don't know how many of the members of the council have stood at the intersection of Foothill Boulevard and Balboa Boulevard. If you look up to the left, you'll see the waterfall of the California Aqueduct that passes right by the proposed expansion territory. That means that every one of your constituents are going to be affected at some point by leaching of noxious chemicals from that landfill. I have to drink the water, and so do you. I'm really concerned about that. So in terms of sharing responsibility, where will you be 10 or 12 years from now when the impact of that expansion affects the entire Los Angeles community? As a result, I'm asking you today to consider at least, if not the denial of that expansion, at least the postponement of the decision to go ahead with it, so that the entire Los Angeles community will benefit from your decision today. Thank you.
Stan Franklin and Ralph Coy.
Yeah. Council, I don't live that close to Sunshine Canyon, a couple of miles, but I'm concerned about the reservoir that's a lot closer to Sunshine Canyon, the new part of it that you want to make. When the wind blows, I get last week's newspapers blowing in my yard and my pool and all sorts of dust and dirt. Can you imagine what's going into the reservoir, which is a few blocks away? I hope somebody's listening here.
Yes, that's what I say, Cindy.
We all drink the water in that reservoir, not just the people in Granada Hills. Everybody, including yourselves. Unless you all buy bottled water because you know what's going into the reservoir. This council has an obligation to the children of Granada Hills and to the children of all of Los Angeles who drinks that water. Don't let money speak louder than our children's health. Remember, money comes and goes. Our children's health is more important. Thank you very much.
Ralph Coy. And then Ernest Hillberg.
Hello. I've lived in Granada Hills for 31 years, across from the Van Gogh Elementary School. The area is a high wind area, especially during Santa Ana wind periods. Blowing from the north, the dump. The high winds of over 60 miles per hour blow from the dump over our homes, our schools, and water supply of over 17 million Metropolitan Water District customers. This is not just a local Granada Hills problem. 17 million people are involved. Their health is at stake. The winds carry debris from the dump over and to the final filtered water of the Metropolitan Water District, the storage area at Van Orman Dams. The birds, mostly seagulls, also deposit dump debris over the filtered drinking water. The Van Norman Lake's water does not get refiltered prior to being pumped to the customer or consumer. Chlorine is added. We, the consumer, get the add-on debris. Question: will the city or county provide adequate final filters at our homes? I doubt it. The final water filter at our homes, its supply and maintenance by the City of Los Angeles and BFI, must be part of the cost of the dump if it is to be expanded as proposed. We say the water to our homes and business needs to be filtered again prior to our use. Again, this is a metropolitan area problem. Thank you.
Ernest Hillberg, and then Linda Abisham.
I speak against the dump expansion for the reasons that have been previously stated. And furthermore, I'd like to point out that amongst the items is the rezoning of the land for industrial. In other words, this is going to be the insult to injury. Not only are we going to have a dump until they decide to stop it, but then it's going to be industry with a golf course and the water on one side and the homes on the other. What kind of insult are you putting on us? The other item is, do you realize that they store natural gas just to the southwest of the dump? It is blown up once in the 70s and turned into a beautiful candle. All Christmas, we had our Christmas candle. What if we have another blow and it gets into the dump area? Folks, we've sacrificed to have the storage of natural gas. Do we have to sacrifice and have the dump as well? For reasons I've stated, they're superfluous.
Linda Abisham, and then Sammy Frulan.
I just want to bring to your attention that any sickness, suffering, or death that is caused by this dump lies on your hands. And may God turn your hearts from financial considerations to humanitarian ones. Thank you.
Sammy Fruilhan, and then Laura Fryer.
I just wanted to say one thing, one sentence. Please weigh between money and health of people and kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Fryer, and then Elaine Hess.
Dear council members, in addition to all the information has been provided to you, I want to also point out that the area where the landfill is being expanded or rezoned is a very geological volatile area. As you know, we've had 2 major earthquakes in that area, and the most recent earthquake, the Northridge earthquakes, the freeways all around the landfill collapsed. Now, I state this because when you have a landfill that is going to be of this magnitude, landfills have a lining. And if we have another major earthquake, that lining can tear and contaminate the reservoir, which is just a few hundred feet away. Now, you may say, earthquakes, we've had our major earthquake. We're not going to have that big of an earthquake happen again so soon in the San Fernando Valley. Well, you look in the newspapers, it happened in Turkey just a few weeks apart, 7.2 earthquakes, and it happened in Mexico City 24 hours apart. And what is the most important commodity after an earthquake? It is water. And if you contaminate that water, and if we have that earthquake, you're setting up the city of Los Angeles you're taking a risk, and you're setting it up for a huge disaster. And in addition, I'd like to point out that I'm a homemaker in the San Fernando Valley, and right now, discussion is done on we get the shaft in the valley, and the police officers, the taken away, and all these other benefits that the valley doesn't have. The single most important issue that's going to break the camel's back is this landfill, and so you're fueling the fires of succession on this. Thank you.
Elaine Hess, there's 2 minutes left. Elaine Hess, and then Frank Lee. Elaine Hess, and then Frank Lee.
Dear City Council, my name is Brandon Bihar, and I am 11 years old. I go to Fairfield School. I live in Granada Hills, right near where you want to put the landfill. I totally disagree with your idea to put the landfill near children in schools. This is a very bad idea because if there is an earthquake, our water can be contaminated, and not only my water, but yours too. That's because the water supply system is right across the street from the landfill. This is a very windy area, and I think this is a very bad idea. I love my house and I love my neighborhood, and if you put this dump in, I will have to move because I don't want to get cancer from the pollution. I hope deep down inside you care and you will vote against it. Imagine it was your area. Imagine how you would feel. I know if it was in your area, you would vote against it, so imagine it is. And please vote against it. If you do, you'll be doing the right thing. Thank you.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Jessica Kaufman, and I'm a 12-year-old student going to Fairfield Middle School. My classmates and I came here the day of the voting to support the removal of the Sunshine Landfill. We were astonished when we heard the vote had actually passed, and that the Sunshine Landfill was being kept up, maybe even expanded when children's lives would be endangered. Then I wondered, how could such reasonable people, such as the city councilman, put a value on innocent children's lives? I was so astounded I made up a petition and got 65 signatures signed by the people and children of Los Angeles. I only had 3 days and I was scrambling desperately to get as many as I could. Yet after I gave it to the mayor, I thought to myself, This shouldn't even be happening. It is a clearly and simple stated fact that children, adults, and animals are being affected by this. There should be no question on whether this dump should be taken down or not. It reminded me of a quote by Mr. Bradbury in Fahrenheit 451. Mr. Bradbury writes, "I saw the way things were going a long time ago. I said nothing. I was one of the innocents who could have spoken up and out when no one would listen to the guilty, but I did not speak, and thus became guilty myself. You see, City Council, I am begging you not to sit back and watch this crisis appear before our eyes as if nothing was happening. My friend Brandon lives in Granada Hills, and he might be affected by the toxic waste. I just can't sit back and watch my friends and family getting killed by this pollution. Yes, I understand that the dump does need to be put somewhere. Where? I don't know, but I do know where it should not be put, next to living people, animals, and children. We children are the future, and when you wipe us out by putting toxic waste right next to one of our schools, you are simply getting rid of us, one by one. And if this continues, not only will Granada Hills be disgusting, awful, and dangerous, but also it is possible the toxic waste will leak into the ground, not only destroying the earth, but also leaking into the pipes which are connected to our tap water, including all of yours. So not only will the toxic waste be affecting the poor innocent people of Granada Hills, it might be affecting each and every one of you after a while. So what would it be, I ask you? What would it be? Your money or your lives? I need your help, City Council members. The children of Van Gogh School need your help. The people of Granada Hills need your help. I know I'm just a child, but please take the time to listen to my request and realize that you are wiping out others' tomorrows. Your one decision will determine the fate of others.
All right. We've gone beyond the 20 minutes, and
Mr. Ferraro.
I did call a couple people that, I didn't call you.
That's correct, Mr. Ferraro. I'm Chris Funk, representing the applicant, and we put in a card, and I assume we'll get a chance to speak just briefly to a couple of the issues that were raised, since this is a public hearing.
All right, is there any objections to hearing from the applicant? We've heard. Are you chairing yes or no?
2 seconds.
Those chairs sounded like yes, so Mr. Funk, you have 2 minutes.
Very quickly, I won't go into all the environmental issues because those have been completely covered in the environmental impact report. It's one thing to hear emotional statements, but if you look clinically at all of the things that have happened out at Sunshine Canyon, the last 3 years, the Sunshine Canyon County landfill has operated without any significant effect at all, without any violation at all, and the record is very clean. Beyond that, I'd like to answer 2 things that were raised by the opponents. Number one, the issue of having this continue as the landfill for the city indefinitely. There's a 4-year contract, 4 years remaining on the contract with the city, and even if you could extend that contract, there's only 6 to 7 years of capacity left in the county landfill area of Sunshine Canyon. That is absolutely the fact. There's approximately 12 million tons of capacity left. That's under an approval by the county in 1993, and it's established. That's why we're back here getting the approval to expand into the city area. The other point is, with regard to the statement by Mr. Deaton about the $9 million of savings by using this landfill, you should also take into consideration $6 to $7 million per year for 25 to 26 years on the franchise fee. So the real savings together with that income is about $16 million a year. Thank you very much.
Now, Mr. Burnson suggested that we not be courteous on both sides, so the public hearing is closed. Well, I'll let you speak because I think I called your name. Will give you your name, please?
My name is Frank Lee.
Yes.
I've been living in the Granada Hills area for over 30 years. And my wife died of cancer after the dump arrived here. And in a short street of about a dozen homes, 3 other people have also died of cancer. So my question basically is this, that you're considering saving a few $1 million a year how many more lives are going to be lost before you realize that a land dump in the middle of an inhabited area is a bad thing, not only for Granada Hills, but for the whole of Los Angeles? After all, the law of gravity has not been rescinded and is still a situation that if there's ever an earthquake, then there's a possibility that all of LA will be impacted because of the water supply. Thank you.
All right, now the public hearing is closed, and all the people that did put cards in will make them part of the file. So I'm going to start it with Ms. Miskowski.
Mr.
The
President,
public hearing is closed on all the items.
first, let me just clarify the items again and suggest an order that we may want to vote on them, as well as having our general discussion. Items number 35 and 36, which are the motions to continue this until a later date, with, I think, Councilman Wax's motion asking for continuance and sending it back for the department to conduct an RFP on considering alternatives, we should vote on first. Item 36, Ms. Chick's motion is to continue it and have more reporting back by the departments. Then I believe we should, item 33 has already been acted on. That was Councilman Bernson's motion asking for the consideration and a report back for the conversion of all city vehicles from diesel to non-diesel. Item 32 is a separate action that had been recommended by the Planning Department, which also the Department of Environmental Quality requested, which is approving authority by the Environmental Quality Department to hire an environmental analyst for monitoring of landfills in this area. That is not part of the existing ordinance. The substantive motions on the ordinance are item 8, which is the ordinance itself, changing the general plan and the zone change, which has had a first reading. Item 18 would, if adopted, the Führer motion on banning diesel trucks from operating at this particular landfill in a certain period of time after advice from a technical advisory committee would amend the ordinance. So we should vote on 18 first before we vote on substantively the ordinance itself. And then item 7 is the franchise-free ordinance, a separate ordinance. As I think we have discussed in the past, this has been recommended that is the substantive ordinance from the Planning Commission unanimously, as recommended by the Planning Department. When Planning and Land Use Management had a very extensive hearing as well, we added a number of specific environmental conditions, and those conditions were recommended not only further by our own Department and Bureau of Sanitation, but also the Department of Environmental Quality, as well as a number of conditions amended and modified and requested by the North Valley Coalition. The substantive motion, which we haven't yet voted on, or excuse me, which as it was last before us, we sent to committee, was the Councilman Führer motion, which adds a very significant environmental condition, and that is the one that would ban diesel trucks from this landfill were to allowed to be operated in the city of Los Angeles within a period of time as determined by an advisory committee, technical advisory committee on which city technicians would sit, and within the time that they determine it is technically and economically feasible, that would be mandated that no diesel trucks could be operated and allowed to come into this landfill or leading to this landfill on the city streets that they would take to get there. So that is the substantive motion. I supported that, as I did when it was referred to Environmental Quality Committee and Budget and Finance Committee. You had a split vote from Budget and Finance Committee and Environmental Committee on that particular motion. There were those who said, let's defer that, let's get more information. From the time that we had that information, we've had both air quality management district reports about the increasing information and awareness of diesel fuel being carcinogenic, and we have had our own, we have also had the State Air Resources Board indicate some preliminary studies, which will probably be forthcoming right after the first of the year, indicating that they themselves will probably establish statewide mandates eliminating this. There is no reason for us to wait for that. That's what some of the reports in our Environmental Quality Committee, the joint committee meetings of the council were, to defer this until there is later information. I think that we ought not to defer that. We are granting something, if we approve the ordinance here, for a long term in the future now, and I think we should make that requirement now as recommended by Councilmember Führer. Those are essentially the issues that are before us, and I look forward to the additional council debate on these matters.
All right, Mr. Wax.
Mr. President, members of council, I think that the process that we've been following shows city government at its worst. When we left off from this last discussion, Mr. President, you promised the world that before the council took action, we would have the benefit of a new cost study. As of last night, nobody, to my knowledge, had even seen that study. Repeated calls from myself and my staff to all of the staffs of all of the departments here all said one thing: Deaton's doing it himself. You'll have to wait. Deaton's doing it himself. That sends up alarms to me. When you release a study at the last minute and you give nobody a chance to scrutinize it, and you give nobody a chance to independently verify it, you immediately set up signals that you have something to hide. You immediately set up signals that you want to put your own spin on it. And to me, that not only does an injustice to the process of this issue, it totally flies in the face of what charter reform was all about. Charter reform was about opening government and requiring that people in neighborhoods in the city have an opportunity to look at information and discuss it and debate it before decisions are made, not after. Secondly, it's also my understanding that as we went through the files in 1988, the zoning administrator had required a soils test, which was never done, we find out, and which is now not a condition of approval in the new report. What's changed since 1988? Are the soils any different since then? How do you know? Why hasn't it been required? What is the rush to judgment? Mr. President, members of council, the failure to scrutinize costs, the failure to do adequate studies could make Sunshine Canyon the city's Belmont. And if it does, which one in this council is going to stand up later if it becomes that and take responsibility for it? Which one is going to say that they were the ones who were responsible for it? You know, there is no rush for this. There is no urgency. The need to have not only the cost figures verified and scrutinized, but to get concrete responses from people rather than estimates by our staff, but concrete responses that you get in a proposal. The need to do the soils test that was required in 1988 and has still not been done demands that we at least continue this until we get that information in, and until this issue is out there. When things get out there, we found this with the arena. You just don't take one person's word for it. You put the information out there, and you let all of the universe who has knowledge and understanding have the opportunity to scrutinize it and to weigh in and give us.
Mr. Wax, your time is up.
Well,
Push your
that's
button
fine.
again.
I'll push my button and speak again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. I like the title. Mr. Deaton, don't you think you want to have a report from Ms. Lillian Kawasaki? I'm going to be asking questions, so you better have her at the table. Mr. Ferrari, you want this back? All right, then the next person to speak is Ms. Chick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, we heard from the representative of BFI actually underscore the point that this is not an emergency, this is not an urgency. We have 4 years left in the contract with the county. We also heard that the county, whether it's accurate or not, only has 6 years left on their landfill, which is exactly why it would be common sense to think that the county and the city would be working hard together, looking for regional solutions that make sense for all of us, and I believe is probably behind County Supervisor Antanovich's motion recently into the Board of Supervisors to look at the county acquiring Eagle Mountain. Who knows what economy of scale the county and the city can reach in working together. In addition, in terms of the cost issue, I do not believe that we can know at all definitively what actual savings are without going out to RFP and getting hard concrete cost back. And this is not just a fiscal or a land use issue, as some have proposed, because there are environment and health issues involved as well. In terms of the potential savings, and I would point out that certainly Mr. Wax and myself and everyone on this council is not interested in doing things that cost the city more money. But there are other issues to look at in terms of environment and health. But I would strongly suggest that there are many potential ways to save significantly larger sums of money without opening Sunshine, simply by, for instance, reforming the workers' comp system, as has been suggested over and over to us by highly paid, competent outside experts. And in addition, this totally, colleagues, contradicts council policy and action of just a handful of years ago when this body voted to close Lopez at a cost higher than what we're being told this action of not opening Sunshine will be. It cost the city $11 million to close Lopez. And finally, this is a permanent decision before us, because if better alternatives are found 1 or 2 years down the road, we've got a landfill in our city that's open, and open for years and years to come, and will take trash from everyone else while the city has found a better alternative somewhere else. It doesn't make sense to make this decision today, not when we've just been told we've got 4 years left. And when we get to the discussion of diesel trucks, and I'm glad to see the general manager of our Environmental Quality Committee before us, our Environmental Affairs, I'd like to know, in terms of diesel trucks, the number of trucks that will be going in on the same road from the city, if we open on the city side, added to what's already going in on the open county side. Colleagues, we need to take a deep pause, work with the county, get hard costs, and also put our focus and energy on saving money and adding money to the general fund by doing some of the things we do now simply better and more efficiently. Thank you.
Your time is up. So we'll hear from Ms. The question should be answered, Ms. Kawasaki. Regarding the number of trucks that will be added,
Yeah, actually, I'm looking over at the planning department who's going to look that up in the EIR. I don't have that information right now.
well, you'll answer it after the next speaker, maybe?
The planning department is looking that up right now.
Dial 911. Next speaker is Micah Fewer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I wanted to rise to explain why I'm going to vote no on the landfill today, why I'm going to support the continuances to get better information, and why, notwithstanding those votes, I urge everyone, no matter where you stand on the landfill, to vote for the number 18, the conditions which would eliminate diesel at the site. First, I add my voice to those who point out that there is no emergency associated with doing this today, and therefore the analysis that we have before us is incomplete. Because while the analysis before us purports to compare costs of which we are aware associated with other locations, we really haven't done a contemporary analysis of what our best situations could be were we to try. Much of this information is based on what had been our best efforts in the past to find alternative locations, but we haven't engaged in an effort right now to get our best alternatives. So we should be continuing the discussion on the landfill for the precise purpose of having the city explore every reasonable alternative by a date certain, and then make the choice. Because if that analysis reveals this is our best choice, so be it. But that analysis hasn't happened yet. I also think that it's premature for us to be making a decision today because we really have no comprehensive policy currently in place regarding how we're going to dispose of our refuse. In particular, I refer to the fact that we don't currently have a recycling program for multifamily buildings and commercial buildings. I have a separate motion that we'll be discussing shortly on that issue. That would dramatically reduce the flow of trash and the necessity for landfills. We're clearly going to continue to need landfill space because even the best recycling efforts won't leave us with nothing to dump somewhere. But shouldn't we know our best current choices before we make that decision? Now, with regard to item 18, the diesel motion. First, no matter where you stand, don't you want to improve the quality of air for those in the immediate vicinity of the landfill, and indeed for all of us? Why wouldn't we support that? Particularly in light of important statistics. We know that diesel causes cancer. We know that 70% of the health risk from our air is attributed to diesel. We have clear, unmitigated air impact at Sunshine Canyon. For those of you who are saying there's no relationship between this motion and Sunshine Canyon, look at the EIR, unmitigated air impacts associated with diesel at this site. What should we be doing about it? We should be phasing out all cancer-causing diesel toxics at this site, and as Ms. Mizakowski eloquently put it, we should do it right now. We have the capacity. Can I, 1 minute?
No, good. Half a minute.
All right. We have the capacity to do it now. You've all received a letter from the Speaker of the State Assembly, Antonio Villaraigosa, who points out that there are significant sums of state money for this purpose, which is why he supports this item and urges us to do so too. The motion contemplates that we have to ascertain technological and economic feasibility before making those controversial steps. And in closing, let me say this. We could and should enact tough diesel conditions now to improve the quality of health for the residents who are here and their neighbors and all of us in Los Angeles, and importantly, create strong incentives for the private sector to advance the technology that will satisfy the demand we could create today to clean up our air.
Lillian, do you have the information? You keep pointing to each other.
Yeah, well, it's in, well, yeah, some of the confusion is because you said on the same road.
It is the same road.
Well, they'll be coming in from different locations. Nick?
The EIR does estimate that the number of total project trips would be 1,180. That's a two-way trip, and of course that breaks down differently when you look at the AM/PM traffic, but the number that we have in the EIR is 1,180.
And that includes trucks coming in on the county side and trucks coming in on the city side?
Yes, that does.
Okay, Mr. Holden, you have the floor.
Mr. President, members, sometimes in order to make money, they'll tell you anything. Mr. Bernstein told you to keep quiet, remember? The fact of the matter is that I remember the ozone layer being destroyed by these spray cans, with aerosol spray cans, and they said, oh, no, it never would happen, and now everybody's worried about skin cancer. Because it did happen, because they lied to us. Mr. President, members, on the planet Earth, we're rather landlocked. Some things we have to do out of necessity. Mission Canyon was closed. Maybe we ought to open that one up again. Lopez Canyon was closed. In fact, this canyon was closed in 1991. It operated from 1958 to 1991, and now there's an attempt to reopen it. And I guess if they say you're landlocked, you got to dump your trash someplace, but not in my backyard. I understand that. If the votes are here to say it's to open, then we have to have some strong conditions to make sure that the safety of the people come first, not the dollar. Mr. President, members, there's been a suggestion by Mr. Bernstein, who represents the district, that we have cameras in the area to monitor this mitigation program that's going to employ. And nobody's talking about that. They're talking about yes or no. Well, if the answer is going to be yes, you better make sure you have some safeguards in place. I will not vote for this matter today unless those cameras are in place, period. They have to be in place. So, Mr. Deaton, you better look around for a motion or two. Number two, Mr. President, members, you have the buffer zone, and you have the fact that the county is proposing to close that canyon because in the year 2006, because they would have exhausted all of the land use. Well, if they're going to close in 2006, where are they going to dump it? Do we have about, how many acres of land we have here now? Maybe 2 to 1, or 3 to 1, city. That means that they're going to take and start dumping into the city side and saving the county side. Now, they can open up some more space on the county side, and we don't have to take any action today. So, hey, shh, I told you I'm going to vote against you if you keep talking like that. So, Mr. President, members, what I'm going to say is that we have some options. We should not be at the mercy of the county. We should not be at the mercy of anyone. And so what I'm going to suggest is that if we take any action today to reopen, then there should be a timeline, 10 years, which would give us, the county and the city, an opportunity with this joint powers agreement to look some other method within the region in order to address the problem, even if it stays right there at this canyon site, whereas the county would maybe be committed to open up more on their side. Now, if regarding those diesel trucks, the city is going to have a pilot program sometime in May of this year. Now, I'm not going to vote for Mr. Feuer's motion, but what I will suggest, Mr. Feuer, is this, that if those diesel trucks are going to be in place, then that would be a pilot program that we use. We're not mandating it on the city. Then if it works, then we should require that BFI phase in the clean trucks into this operation once we have discovered that it works here for the city, and not impose it on them originally.
All right, Mr. Holden.
And I can go, I'm going to push my button again.
Okay, I know
You got
you
to start working on those motions, Mr. President.
Okay. Mr. Pacheco.
I'm going to pass at this juncture.
Mrs. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think I have a mic here. Okay, now it's there. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to say at the outset that I am supporting the ordinance items 7 and 8, and will vote yes for them today. On item 18, that was in a combined Budget and Finance and EQ committee, the committee split. Councilmember Feuer and Ms. Sikowski of Budget and Finance voted for item A, and as a member of Budget and Finance, I opposed that, preferring item B. Now, on item, the Environmental Quality Committee, Mark Ridley Thomas, Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas, who is chair of that committee, asked that the whole matter be referred back to the Environmental Quality Committee. And I am supportive of that because I think that in the request, in the motion, Mr. Feuer's motion, that the council modify the conditions mitigating air quality impacts caused by diesel-powered fuel, or diesel-powered trucks utilizing the canyon, and do that immediately, is something that needs to be looked at a little more closely. I'm certainly sensitive to the problems of diesel fuel, but I'm also sensitive to the problems of budgetary dollars that the city has. And I know that in trying to get rid of diesel-powered buses, the old RTD, they went through methanol and it didn't work, and then they were going to convert to natural gas, and I don't think they have, and they had some other alternative fuels that have not worked out. So I think that one item, that motion of Mr. Feuer's, needs to be referred back to the Environmental Quality Committee for more thorough airing of that, and then for review by the city's Technology Advisory Committee to see if the technology is there, if it's proven. The truck that was spoken of in the committee about going uphill was an empty truck, and I understand that it had some problems going uphill without the diesel. So one of the things that we will always have with us as a society is what we do with the trash and waste that we generate. All of us generate it, sometimes as just one individual. I wonder how in the world that personally I generate so much waste, so much paper waste.
Mrs.
But I don't, my time is up.
Go
All
ahead,
right.
go ahead and finish. Here.
One of the things I don't want to see, we all remember the barge and the train from New York. The barge that was going up and down the East Coast and couldn't find a place to dump the trash or garbage. The train that was going across the United States from New York trying to find a place to dump the trash, the load that it was carrying. I don't want to see a barge running up down the west coast of California trying to find a place to dump it. And I don't want to see a train going up down the state or into Arizona or Utah or Nevada trying to find a place to dump it. I think that we do have to solve this problem ourselves here. I think Sunshine Canyon is a partial solution to that, and I'm committed to finding a better fuel than diesel, but not just ordering it today in this motion.
Mr. Hernandez.
Mr. President, members of the council, I kind of rise to say what a mess we have here, huh? You know, if Los Angeles as a city in this region was ranked as a nation, we'd be ranked like 19 in terms of productivity and the billions of dollars that happened. And if we were ranked as a city, we'd be ranked, as a city, county, as a state, we'd be ranked 8th. Now, the reason I bring that up is because our realities is back in 1993, when we were dealing with this closure, there was a lawsuit, and it started way before I got elected to the council in 91. And Mr. Burnson was very much a part of that lawsuit. And at that time, we did reach agreement with the county reluctantly that their portion would be open and that we would revisit the opening of Sunshine Canyon. I also remember those discussions and the heated debate we had, and reluctantly as a council, we agreed to that. I also know that when we dealt with the issue of Lopez Canyon, and I was not here for Mission Canyon, many of us stood up and basically agreed that Lopez Canyon had to be closed as a landfill because of an agreement this council had made way before us. And at that time, we talked about the cost of transferring our trash outside of the county and using rail as that methodology. And the suggestion that staging areas could be put in those communities that basically had room for staging areas for rail, which happened to be in the inner city. Now, at that time, the decision was made that that would be too costly. And when we were making those decisions, we were very much aware that this was going to come before us again, and that we were eliminating our options. I wanted to bring this history to us because, you see, as a city and as a county, we also voted to transport our sludge to Bakersfield County. And we know that this region survives because of the water we take from the Inyo County. Los Angeles is a desert, and its mountaintops as well as its valleys and its peaks are because we are in an earthquake zone, and that's part of the cost of living here. My reality is we will not have a landfill in 4 years as a city if we don't vote on this action, and we're eliminating our options. I agree with all the comments about us having more of an environmental consciousness and creating more incentives for that direction. But I need to share with you that as we deal with budget debates, we don't talk enough about those issues. I have to stand and state today that as a public policy maker, I have no choice but to follow through on the decisions I made prior to this, and that would include voting for the reopening of this land. And it's based because the city is running out of options. And if we think we have a mess now, if we continue to defer these decisions, I think that mess will continue to grow, and then we're going to find ourselves in some real trouble.
All right, Mr. Burnson.
Yes, members of the council, I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that I've said already. I just want to bring a few other things. Mr. Hernandez did bring up the fact that we did purchase land in Kern County to dispose of our sludge. If we can do that, why can't we do something with our solid waste, even if it costs a little more? I assure you, this cost a little more, but the people who live near the airport where they were drying this stuff out objected to it, and that's why we spent the money in Kern County to buy this place to dispose of our sludge from Hyperion. There is the distinct possibility the county will purchase 2 long-haul sites. We should be looking at possibly joining with the county and a joint venture to possibly utilize that alternative. I also want to point out that we have gotten some money from, and I was instrumental in getting it from the AQMD, which I serve on the Carl Moyer funding. I got the city to apply for it, and we got it. It is not a large amount of money, but it does provide for a start in conversion of diesel trucks. And so that is a step in the right direction. What I'm going to urge today, members of the council, I'm going to vote yes on 7 and no on 8, because 7, should 8 pass, if we don't have 7 passed, it will not set up the amenities fund for us. So I would ask for an aye vote on 7, a no vote on 8, a yes vote on 18, 32, and 35, and obviously the majority report on 18, what I would ask for. Now, understand that the reason I'm asking a yes vote on those is because of the fact that should they have the votes to pass number 8, I want to make sure those other things are in place to at least give us mitigation. So I'd ask you all to examine your consciences on this thing and do the right thing. Thank you.
Ms. Miskowski?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the debate has been good, particularly in calling into question some of the concerns of a number of the council members. There has been a regional study. The city participated in that regional study. There is something called the County Regional Waste Long-Range Master Plan. The city participated in that. It discussed a number of the areas and the locations that we have discussed today, and the indication in that county regional master plan, I think adopted as late as, well, in the early 90s, if not the mid-90s, was that Sunshine Canyon was one of the viable landfill areas in the master plan. The city and the county, as Mr. Hernandez indicated, did debate as to whether or not it should be in the city or in the county. As a consequence of litigation, again, working with the county, the city allowed, by way of settlement, the county portion to open, but by way of that settlement, there was also an agreement that the city would allow and consider the application to come back in for the city. Not in the old area that has already been closed in the city, but beyond that point, literally in the other half of the bowl that the county is now operating and opening in. It is one mass bowl. Half of it, half the bowl is now being filled in the county side. This is the other side. Below that and south of that is the old landfill area that is closed, and beyond that is the higher part of the mountain and the open space in the park that is the buffer zone. So it has been, those who have been saying we need a master plan, we need to work together, we have been doing that. That's why the planning department, in the context of the entirety of this plan, recommended it. For those who indicate that 18 is somewhat inappropriate because it demands immediate consideration of diesel trucks only, that's not what it says. Item 18 says within 3 years of the operation and opening of the landfill in the city of Los Angeles, a report must be provided, and when within that 3-year period that it is determined to be economically and technically feasible by our city agencies, CAO, Bureau of Sanitation, Bureau of Engineering, and the like, then the diesel truck ban shall go into effect. It doesn't say immediately, but it is much, much further along than any other recommendation, and I think it is the right recommendation in this instance, as Mr. Burnson has suggested. If something goes forward, we should put the state-of-the-art, the mandate in there now, to say that by 3 years from now, they should have reached this level if it's technologically and economically feasible. There is a phasing plan in the landfill itself, both the city and the county portion, as a consequence of this recommendation. They have to come back, so those who are concerned that they would fill entirely in the county and defer using the city, that's not allowed under this proposal and the conditions that are in there. And within 5 years, we review it and see whether or not anything like that is going on and have that, so we have a 5-year threshold in a review. I think that a number of the items that my colleagues have mentioned and have raised have been part of this analysis. It's, we didn't bring today the EIR, but the EIR, as you can imagine, is 18 inches, or excuse me, a foot and a half thick in terms of looking at these issues and making reference to all of those issues that have already been raised. It does not preclude this or force the city to use this landfill forever into the future. The separate actions allow the city, under our own lease agreement, to use this and continue asking our Bureau of Sanitation and other agencies to look at the most viable, the most reasonable opportunities. But consistent with our partnership with the county and the city, consistent with the planning that has gone on, this is part of that recommendation that long ago, by way of the regional master plan, by way of the county action, and now today the city's action, ties us together.
Thank you. Ms. Goldberg?
I've got a foot in each camp here. On the one hand, I think that once the canyon is open, it's going to be very difficult to close. So I want to make sure that if we do open it, we have all the information. On the other hand, I know that if we don't open it, then we put ourselves at the mercy of the tipping fees that people will be able to charge us because we don't have an alternative. And those numbers that are now at about $18.50 could go much higher than that, and I don't ever like to be at an economic disadvantage to people whose business it is to charge us more and more to dispose our waste. So I have a foot in each camp, I have to tell you that. On the one hand, I'm concerned that we haven't done enough to look at other technologies. On the other hand, there aren't 8 votes, at least that I count, to charge a waste collection fee for the whole city, which would make some of this moot, because if we don't do that and we just pass this down, then we have a higher garbage collection fee, and the results will be a loss of services to libraries, to parks, to... So it's on the one hand. On the other hand, there are no magic pills here. You know, I'm just trying to tell you why I'm thinking the way I'm thinking, because I'm in a quandary. At the risk of being totally annoying to all of my colleagues, I really would like to move that we hold number 8, continue it until December the 8th, and to give my office and my staff an opportunity to take a look at the issues that I just laid out a little bit more. I am not prepared to say, however, that I will never vote for this, and I am not prepared to say, however, that I will vote for it. I have been studying this, but I'm just at the point where I can't quite find all of the answers. And since I've been informed that there are several years more left, to wait a couple of weeks to give me that opportunity to look at it again.
Jackie, could you do it to the 7th rather than the 8th? Because the Greek Theater is in on the 8th, and that's going to be...
7th is fine.
That's gonna be
I
it.
picked the 8th.
The Greek Theater is going to be continued.
Let's do it on the 10th
Yeah, for a
then.
week because
Let's
of
do it
the,
on the... No, it has to be the 8th?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, let's do it on the 8th
Nice
then.
we know that.
I didn't know that either.
Well, it's
The 8th
because they won't have the report approved by the, or disapproved by the
right.
cultural arts.
So, and I apologize to all of you who are ready to vote today. I really do, but I don't know what I would do if I had to vote today, and I'd really like to feel comfortable that I've looked at every alternative before we do something which will change the landscape. So I will move a continuance to December the 8th for item number 8.
All right, you heard the motion to continue until the 8th. What is your point?
May I ask...
That's just on item number 8, I believe.
Yes, on item number 8, since 18 would amend it and is the issue on the diesel truck condition, as 8 might come back for consideration, it would seem to me that it might be prudent today to vote on amending the ordinance, which would cause it to come back anyway as a second reading, but it would be the ordinance with the most restrictive diesel truck condition on it.
From my point of view, I have no problem
Yeah,
with
that's
that.
a good point. That's an important point.
Okay. All right. Mrs. Walters? Yeah.
Clarification on which part of 18 Ms. Mizakowski is supporting or moved, was I misstated her position on the Fuhrer motion in committee. She wasn't there in the joint committee at the end when we voted. Right.
Being the Budget and Finance Committee, it says report, but it's really the communication from Mr. Fuhrer on that condition 18 on the diesel truck, which would include it now as a condition of this zone change, that within 3 years of technical feasibility, the diesel trucks would be banned. That would be my motion.
Okay, and I will, without surety that they can do it in 3 years, I will still move 18B. I will support 7 and 8 and move 18B. That calls for further review by the city's Technology Advisory Committee and referring the whole matter back to EQ Committee.
All right. Yeah, there was a second. Mr. Savornich. Mr. Deaton.
I was just going to suggest that you, before you act on continuing 8, that you vote on 18 and then proceed.
Yeah.
But you can do that after the debate.
Yeah. Okay, Mrs. Chick, you have the floor.
First of all, I don't think I have the correct answer that I was looking for on the trucks. My question was, how many trucks will be going into Sunshine if we open the city, using the city side? And how many trucks are going in using the county side? Because whether they come from different directions or not, they enter on the same road and they impact the same area. And while you're searching for the correct answer, because 1,000 sounded way too low for me, that might be the number we're going to add if we open the city side. But I want to know how many are going in on the county side. Also, I appreciate the comments from my colleagues about the county and the city working together, but it's been brought to my attention that this kind of county-city regional plan that is being touted here today originally predicted we were going to run out of landfill space locally in 95. They were wrong then. Then they said we were going to run out of space in 97. They were wrong then. Now we are in 99, and we've got 4 years left on the city contract and a lifespan of at least 6 years on Sunshine on the county side. So it doesn't sound like the plan that was originally formulated with the city and county talking to each other is very accurate today. And certainly, I know the city and county are expressing interest to each other to continue to work together to explore other options so that maybe we end up at a point where there are no landfills located in nearby residential areas. And I did understand that when the county side opened, that we had an agreement with them to consider reopening the city side, but we didn't sign on the dotted line that said what our decision was going to be. It was that we were going to consider it. And I'll end with hearing the answer to my question about total number of trucks, county and city.
It is my understanding, based on what I just checked, that there's presently just short of 1,500 trips today going to the county landfill through the city road.
Okay.
If this was approved, the number would jump by about the 1,100 number indicated before to approximately 2,600.
2,600 diesel trucks going in on that road through that neighborhood. Colleagues, I do not know how we vote yes on this today, other than 18.
All right. Mr. Fuhrer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to just briefly, having already articulated what I'm going to do on the major land use issue, I want to briefly speak to item 18 again. Just if I get a little bit of quiet for just 1 second, I'm going to be very brief. As I said in my prior remarks, regardless of where we stand on whether the landfill should open or not, I have a very strong view that we share a responsibility to mitigate the toxic effects of the diesel trucks going to and working at this site. And I can't figure out why we wouldn't do that. I said that before. The response from two colleagues has been There are two reasons why we shouldn't do that, and I want to have those very directly addressed. Ms. Walters raises a key concern about the economic feasibility of adopting 18. But I want to make clear the key elements of item 18 that relate to cost require a finding of both economic and technical feasibility. So that's built into the structure of the motion. Mr. Holden raised a concern about whether it is technologically feasible to proceed, and in general, both our colleagues have said we need more time to study this. I want to turn to our environmental expert in the city. Ms. Kawasaki, given the way the motion is structured, is there any need from your standpoint, given this motion as it's drafted, to further study this issue?
Our own Bureau of Sanitation has existing non-diesel refuse trucks, and we're going to have additional. I believe that it's technologically feasible today, and that there's nothing that should prevent the city from moving forward with a diesel phase-out program today.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Holden?
Mr. President, members, if I can get a second from Mr. Burnson, I'm going to move in a motion being drafted to install the cameras at the site. Number one. Number two, you'll sign the motion when it's drafted. Number two, Mr. President, members, for good reasons and a just cause, I suggest that we, and I'm making a motion also, to have a 10-year cap. It would put the city of Los Angeles in a better position in terms of what's actually happening out there. And we can make another finding in the joint powers agreement as to whether or not this agreement to this landfill operation should be continued or truncated, or whether or not the county should work with us for the purpose of opening another area without exhausting the use at this particular site. We'll have to incorporate in this agreement, Mr. President, some protection for the city, of course, given the fact that we have to do something, and if that's the case, we should have every safeguard possible, well thought out and incorporated in this agreement before it's finally approved, as it is the joint powers agreement and the agreement that we're discussing today. If that's in place, I have no problem with going forward. I don't know what else Ms. Goldberg think that she would get. I don't think, the way it looks right now, anything we get is better than what we have in this agreement. So I'd like to go forward with that. In terms of Mr. Fuhr's motion and whether or not the technology is there to decide whether or not we can use a diesel engine or trucks. If they're in place, fine, then what you need to do is phase them in clusters. Maybe that could be continued for the purpose of having a further discussion on the trucks, but keeping in mind that this is a priority for us and for the people who live in the area, that we have that as a corrective action also. So, Mr. President, I would hold up on that until we come up with a permanent fix.
Mr. Wax?
I think we're probably best to continue. Let me just ask the staff, is the staff aware of any contract negotiations now underway that has not come to the council that would increase the fees with charge of BFI?
Mr. Wax, there has been negotiations with sanitation to extend the existing contract under basically the same terms and conditions, but there would be no increase above the existing contract. In other words,
what
it's
does
the
that
out
mean,
years.
none above the existing contract?
The existing
above what's being charged now, or above what could be charged under the existing contract?
Either. The
Higher what?
The answer is that the existing contract is not being modified. It is being extended under the same terms and conditions.
And
For example,
and what are those terms and conditions, and will it increase the cost now being charged?
I'm not sure the question.
Could.
No, it's, if I might.
Don't you think, before, because we're going to continue this, don't you think that we ought to have this information available to us before we vote, and then we can begin to see what's going on, rather than have another thing come up 2 weeks from now and find out that the staff has been, again, negotiating a contract that the council doesn't know about that relates to exactly what we're discussing? I mean, I think just get all the cards out on the table for once.
If I might respond, Mr. Wax. One is, I'll respond to your question. The contract that is under the existing under its present conditions, it will not and has not been negotiated to be modified in one iota. Not one change. And it is here. There has been negotiations and an agreement preliminarily struck that has to come to council for final approval that extends that contract beyond its existing time, makes no changes to terms and conditions that are in existence now for the period of time in which that contract exists. Essentially what it does is continue those same terms and conditions out for a period of 20 more years with the option of the city to bail out on it every 5 years. In other words, if the city can find a better way and a cheaper way, then it can exchange it.
Why would we be negotiating for 20 years when we're so sure that we're not going to need this for 20 years?
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with, of course you don't. So you're basically saying, like everyone else has been fearing, that if we do this, it's going to be there for 20 years.
No.
No,
What I'm saying is very simply the following. Just like when I helped negotiate the original contract.
Thank you, Dr. Lecter. No. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wax.
Nickname Hannibal, but if I might, Mr. President?
Yeah, let him
Let's finish, but your time is up, Mr. Wax.
Okay.
Finish, Mr. Deaton.
What my part and my role in this has nothing to do with the land use. My role has been and will continue to be to get the lowest cost landfill service available to the city. And I think that if you ask around in the industry, that our contract existing...
Mr. Wax knows that. He just
I was
just
talking
playing.
20 years.
Mrs. Walters, you have the floor.
Yes, Ms. Kawasaki said that Bureau of Sanitation had already alternate fuel vehicles, and that's not my understanding. Could someone from Bureau of Sanitation respond to that? Do you have currently alternative fuel vehicles that will climb the hill there at the site? And are those vehicles available in abundance to purchase immediately? And do we have the funds to do so?
We have 2 CNG dedicated refuse collection vehicles. Because of their difficulty in climbing hills, we have relegated them to our South Central District Yard where it's flat and where there's a transfer station. We continue to evaluate those trucks, but they do not meet our needs as they are today.
Okay. Mr. Fuhrer, I think that's a very different answer than what you received, and that is the reason that I'm supporting colleagues 18B as opposed to 18A. I simply believe that the technology is not sufficient to say that we must have these alternate fuel vehicles immediately.
Ms. Walters, on your time, can I make one quick statement so I don't quick push my button? The point is that the motion, as stated, states that these mandates will not take effect until our technical feasibility committee determines it is both technologically and economically feasible. That's built into the motion currently.
Yes, but you also asked Ms. Kawasaki,
If it requires
who's
further
not in
study
Bureau
to
of
do the motion
Sanitation,
today.
if she felt it was feasible.
No, I asked her if there was further study necessary.
All right, Mr. Hernandez.
Mr. President, members of council, I rise to, one, support the continuance till December 8th, but I wanted to ask a question on item 18, because I've been giving this a lot of thought and working on it. And I know that MTA, for example, when it converted its fleet, it found out it had some problems in that conversion, and it was of major proportions. I just heard that we have 2 vehicles. How many vehicles in our total fleet that are for collection and post-transfer?
We have 600 vehicles.
So 2 out of 600.
That's correct.
So we're talking about having to convert 558. Then I also know that our crews who maintain this, are they trained for that purpose?
Our fleet services are provided by General Services, and they do maintain the 2 CNG vehicles we now
So
have.
they'd be able to maintain a fleet of 558.
They would have to have additional training and whatnot, but they
How
could.
long would it take us to purchase 558?
6 years.
6 years. Okay. Now, here's my primary concern. Assume the city does not purchase them within the agreement, the 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Does that mean that it still goes in, because the technology is there and it could have been done, it still goes into effect? Because if that was the case, then what we're saying is the city wouldn't be able to use the landfill. Right, no, but we could do that, we could do the mandate that has nothing to do with the landfill, is my point. We can do the mandate either way. My question is, I don't want to preclude the city from being able to use the landfill. And that's what I want to make sure the motion doesn't in any way cause to happen.
The CLA, Drew, others are on the team that
No, I also know, for example, I mean, I just want to make sure that that's the case, because that's part of my primary concern here. And it's not just the city, but we also want to make sure the technology and the ability is there for the private haulers who service, for example, the majority of the apartment buildings and so forth. So I want to make sure I have some clarity on that.
Mike, I think if we asked Drew if he's okay with this as written, he'd say, what would you say?
Well, on condition E, which requires that after 6 years of, after the technical advisory committee has found it economically and
Says it's written.
technical feasible,
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
And so you don't see a problem in this converting? And
No, not with the caveat, it has to be found technically and economically feasible.
Okay. Now, my last question is, why wouldn't we be doing that anyway?
We are doing it, but we're doing it in incremental steps. We did the first 2 trucks in CNG only. We found problems with that. We're now experimenting. In May, we'll get 10 trucks that are dual fuel, that runs on natural gas and diesel, and the net result is it's lower emissions, but we're going to test those trucks. And we're testing the industry as it comes into play. We're also testing clean diesel trucks as we speak now, and trying to find out what the impact on the exhaust system is. So we're in a process of testing it, and this, because we're on the technical advisory committee, and our test results will be factored into this analysis.
Okay, so you're recommending this motion?
I'm recommending, the way it is now, we can live with that.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Savornich? I don't think it's going to pass at this time. Mr. Burnson?
I just want to make one thing very clear. Mr. Deaton said one thing which was correct, but he didn't explain what it really meant. He said we could cancel the contract, but once this is approved, it doesn't close the landfill. It would still be open to everybody else except the city of Los Angeles. So we ought to understand that. Number 2, as far as the type of fuels and the claim that the type of fuels are not adequate or not able to be used, there is a lot of new technology out today with CNG and LNG that does have the ability to operate heavier equipment, and in many cases on hills and so forth. I don't know that the city has adequately explored that, but I know that through my experience in talking to some of the people who are providers and also in the AQMD, that I think the city hasn't really looked into this as clearly as they should. We talk about a waste, somebody mentioned a waste collection fee, and that there aren't the votes to do it here. This is hypocrisy. We're charging it right now. Just look at your Department of Water and Power bill, and you'll see a $7 monthly charge for waste disposal equipment. So this idea that we're not charging a disposal fee is just that. It's not true, because we are charging it now. And I think given the option of being able to not to dump solid waste in a neighborhood like Granada Hills, the people of Los Angeles would opt to pay a couple dollars more. And I have always said I would not support a rubbish collection fee, but if we're based upon finding outside disposal sites and using it strictly for that purpose, I could possibly be persuaded to change my mind. But I just want to put an end to the lie that we don't charge a fee. We are charging the fee. Every month, you get a fee on your bill, on your Department of Water and Power bill, you'll see it, and it says rubbish disposal equipment charge. So it is there, and it's not new ground. We're just not honest enough to opt up to it. So I guess the way this thing is going, it looks like we're going to have a continuation to December 8th. And obviously, I would love to see this thing defeated today. And I hate to ask these people who have come down here so many times, members of the council, and in behalf of their community, to do this again, but it may be the only way we have to go, community. But I assure you, you can see the resolve that the people have. They're not going to go away on this thing, and they're not going to give up, and neither am I. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Misakowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, to answer some of the questions, Mr. Wax, you asked a question on the contract that I thought was legitimate, and when you were told that the contract isn't changing, only the time of it is being lengthened with 5-year intervals, you asked a question about, are we at a fixed cost? And that is no. Under the existing contract, and it's right here, we have there are CPI indicators that it does go up, but it goes up to a negotiated level in various years that we have negotiated that threshold. We still have the option after any 5-year interval to say, sorry, even though we've negotiated this, we don't want it anymore. We're going to go someplace else because we've done better. But at least it locks in with CPI the lowest rates available with escalating costs. So I think that's the answer you were asking. Is it fixed cost now, today, forever? And it's not. It is escalated. On the issue again of number 18, just to clarify, there's a perception here that the diesel trucks would be automatically mandated now. I think we've tried to reinforce, and Mr. Sones from Bureau of Sanitation indicated, that those conditions are not mandated now. It's just within 6 years of the date that the Technical Advisory Committee determines the technology and economics are feasible, then 75% of all trips which have a capacity of 9 tons, that's the normal garbage truck, entering the landfill shall be made by non-diesel alternative fuel. And within 3 years, all transfer trucks, the larger ones, once determined feasible, shall be non-diesel. The Technical Advisory Committee, for those who are concerned, is the CAO, the Bureau of Sanitation, the CLA, the Bureau of Engineering, Environmental Quality, the Fleet Services Director, et cetera. So we have a built-in technical group who will be advising that once it's feasible, it ought to go forward. And I don't think there's a harm in that. It's not saying it shall go forward before that time, but it is a mandate. I think that these items have been discussed, and I think 18A, as recommended, is not something it's of concern legitimately because of the issue of diesel. There's no doubt about that. It's of concern that it will be a mandate. Mr. Bernson's earlier motion, which was sent to committee, says the city ought to be exploring, and I think it's legitimate that Environmental Quality Committee work with the city staffs as to when the exploring that we convert our whole fleet over to non-diesel in any case ought to be pursued. Tying it to this landfill at the point of technical feasibility is a minimum of what we ought to be doing, and it ought to be part of anything that moves forward. So I strongly recommend that we move on 18A.
Mrs. Chick?
Mr. Burnson clarified the point about the...
Mrs. Walters, did you want to be heard again?
Yes, just very quickly, I was going to ask Mr. Fuhrer a question about if we have this time, 3 years, what's the hurry for you to get past 18A today? I feel very uneasy about that.
Because we're establishing conditions for a landfill which may or may not be approved either today or down the road, depending upon how we vote, a landfill which has unmitigated air impacts that are directly tied to diesel.
Okay. Mr. Savarnich, your motion now is in order. Mr. Savarnich moves a previous question, which cuts off debate. Mrs. Misakowski, we can take item number 1, which is Mr. Wax's motion.
All right, I thought we were going to vote on 18A, which is, then we were going to continue 8, and whether or not we want to
Okay,
continue all the...
18A,
Yes.
what is your point?
Okay, Mr.
We have-
President, members of
we have-
council, I'm holding a motion that says 18A. Okay, I'm trying to get people's attention to that.
No, good, Mike. Yeah, Mike raises a very good point. Mr. Thompson has a competing motion. It's the budget and finance communication from me that actually is being moved. for sake of
It's
clarification.
18A as listed on today's agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not the...
Right.
Mr. President.
Mrs. Walters, did you move your minority report?
Yes, she moved 18B.
So we vote on that first?
No vote. No vote.
All right, prepare the roll on Mrs. Waller's motion on. Tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 8 noes.
All right, that failed. Now we have Mr. Fear's motion.
Mr. President, what happened to the point of order?
I didn't hear a point of order.
Oh, I asked for one.
What is your point of order?
Both 18A and 18B are communications, not committee reports, Mr. Chairman. What we need is 10 votes to consider prior to voting on them.
We've been considering.
Well, I think
But
it's
now
been
the items
before
are
us.
before
so
us.
I think it's been before us, so I think that that's automatic. When things are being discussed, unless there's objections early on, it's before us. So now we have Mr. Fear's motion. All right, prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 3 noes.
No. Now it's part of 8.
If we want to continue 8.
Right.
Part of,
Now, this amends 8, and if 8 comes back on December 8th, this will be included in that 18A.
7 is a franchise fee.
Yeah, that should be part of, that should also be decided before 8.
Right.
And I would ask that we should make that as a
Right, this-
as a condition of 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. President, 18A amended 8, in essence.
I'm talking about 7.
I understand that,
Yeah.
Mr. Burnson. I'm just trying to get 18 and 8 clarified. We now also have, in 8, we have your motion, 8A, relative to a bond. And we
Relative
have-
to a bond, yes.
Right, and we also
We
have...
also have the camera situation.
We have
Mr. Holden's motion. I would
We
ask
should-
for aye votes on
We
those.
should consider those, and then it will all be first reading, and it can be continued to the 8th of December.
But we should act on 7 today.
Right, but
Yes.
before, Mr. Burnson, before we get to 7, 8A and B, your motion and Mr. Holden's motion would amend 8, that then we could continue, but if continued, it would include 8A and B.
Yeah, but those will include, if they,
Let's vote on
if they're amended, I mean, if we carry them, if we continue those will be continued along with 8.
If-
They need not be voted on
Well,
today.
No, they should be.
Let me suggest why they should be. Just as we voted on 18 first, it now puts the ordinance as a whole with that condition in it. If these two, 8A and B, are continued on December 8th and then voted on, the matter would go over again because it would just be first reading.
I see. So you wanna vote on
I think
today?
all the
Yes.
amending motions to 8 should be voted on
I'd ask
today
for an aye vote on both of them.
on 8A and 8B.
Open the roll. I'd ask for an aye vote on,
8A is Mr. Burnson's motion, which is as follows: the City of Los Angeles require of the operators of Sunshine Canyon landfill to post a sufficient bond to indemnify the city against any future claims for damages resulting from water contamination, air contamination, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, let's vote on that. Prepare the roll.
Voting on an issue that we're just, does that have, is there anything in the agreement now that avoids any liability from the city's perspective?
Claudia Culling, City Attorney's Office. Actually, Councilman Burnson's motion, I believe, would amend the Q conditions to add that as an additional Q condition. Yes.
Okay, yeah, but
Rather than being contractual.
there's, okay, so it would be amending one of the Q conditions that already exists.
Well, it would add an additional.
Okay.
Okay, prepare the roll on 8A. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes,
That is approved. Now we have 8B. This is Mr. Holden's motion to install video monitors.
And a 10-year cap.
Huh?
And a 10-year cap.
On that, members of the council.
And a 10-year
That, I just want to add that that should be monitored by the city, should have the ability to these should be submitted to the city for monitoring as part of that motion, not just that the cameras are there, for their
Yeah,
benefit.
Mr. Holden doesn't object to that amendment. And it also is a 10-year cap. All right, prepare the roll.
Ask for an aye vote.
Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved.
I would recommend that you vote on continuing this whole item 8 to December 8th.
Item number 8, Mr. Pacheco and Ms. Goldberg, motion to continue until,
Would that continue all the other items that aren't being voted on yet, too?
We need
No.
7. We need
No,
to,
we're
we
gonna
need to
go-
act on 7.
no. We're just do 8 to continue until, there's no objection, the matter be continued until December 8th.
On 8, okay.
On item number 8.
Now we'll do item number 7.
Now we'll do item number 7, which is the franchise.
Ask for an aye vote on this, is very important.
All right, prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved.
Recommend forthwith on
Forthwith.
Forthwith
on
on that, yes. And then item 35 is Mr. Wax's motion to continue, receive and file.
No,
I think
that should
35
be
and
continued.
36 should both be continued.
Continue
since
to
those are
number-
substantive
35 and 36?
Those
Until
would
the
be
8th.
continued to the 8th as we consider on
Okay.
whether or not to continue it or vote on the ordinance.
Okay.
The only other motion that is on the table that we should probably act on is 32, which is authorizing the Department of Environmental Quality to have an additional authority to hire an enforcement agency if item 8 passes.
Okay. All right, prepare the roll on 32. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Okay. Then we've continued 8, 35, and 36.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Savornich?
Mr. President, I'd ask that we take item number 87 out of order. That's the Cox Cable franchise agreement that we needed 12 votes. And it's an ordinance that needs to pass today.
I'm going to leave them. This is a good chance to leave. Yeah, why not? Do you have any problem with it? Well, let's do 16 first. Ms. Goldberg?
And then asked me to put into the record, for the record on item 6 that was approved today, a clarification that the ordinance approved today as item 6 is the draft ordinance presented in a written report as of this date by the city attorney in place of the one that was attached to the Personnel Committee report. So he asked me to read that into the record.
Okay, we don't have to reconsider, it's just...
No, he just
okay.
said that needed to be read into the record.
Okay, okay, fine. Can we take item 16 before we take your item? Item 16, Mr. Pacheco, did you call that special?
Yes, I did. I have some questions on item 16, and I'm not sure who's available from staff to answer them. And I have some concerns with item 16, so.
What are your questions? Maybe,
Well, the first question I have is whose idea was it to have the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment take the lead on this issue? Was that through General Services or through? I just have some concerns on the 16 indicates that the planning and implementation should be done through the Department of
is the
Neighborhood.
staff here? Would the staff please come forward if you're going to, don't be shy.
My question is, originally when the motion was introduced, The Department of Neighborhood Empowerment was not a part of the motion, so my question is who introduced the change to include the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment?
Yeah, I'd like to answer that as the author of the motion and the chair of Information Technology and General Services Committee. It was my change that I introduced along with the support of Councilmember Misikowski, who was on the Budget and Finance Committee, which is where the change in the motion was made. And it came as a result of additional conversations with colleagues, with the Department of Neighborhoods, with the Department of General Services, and other individuals.
Okay, so then my question is, what's the reason behind the change? The logic?
Councilman Pacheco, David Pascal, General Services Department. I've been with the city for approximately 1 year, and I've spent a considerable amount of time working with Reginald Jones Sawyer, who's the director of the Asset Management Division, discussing the various steps as well as the procedure and process for the future establishment of constituent service centers. And the Asset Management Division, as you know, is responsible for managing principally the real estate portfolio for the city of Los Angeles. And yet, it became apparent to me that there was an element in the development of the program and the planning for constituent service centers that really fell outside of the purview of the staff expertise and resources in the Asset Management Division. So it was in that regard that I started asking questions about who is responsible for program development and the actual planning that has to take place in order to establish a constituent service center. And we really didn't have a very clear process or procedure in mind. So as this issue started evolving recently, as a result of our effort to move forward with some of the additional staff analysis that is necessary to create constituent service centers, it became very clear to me that we needed to specifically delineate what department in the city would be responsible for program development and planning, because again, that falls really outside the purview of the Asset Management Division. So in discussions with Councilman Padilla's office, and also internal discussions as well in the General Services Department, and discussions with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, we felt that the agency that ought to be responsible for taking the lead for the planning and program development that must take place before we establish future constituent service centers ought to be the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment.
And why did you, I understand why the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, my review, and as you may know or may not know, as one of the drafters of the new charter, my review of the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment is not consistent with that statement. So what in the charter are you pointing to that makes this consistent with that position you just articulated?
Councilman Rosalind Stewart, General Manager, Department of Neighborhoods. Actually, in the charter, the purpose of my department is to promote more citizen participation in government and to make government more responsive to local needs. I saw this issue as an opportunity for the long term for the placement of potential neighborhood councils in constituent service centers, community centers, that my department would have the long-term strategic and the vision that would allow neighborhood councils to flourish and grow in an environment that is going to create the nexus with the city and with the communities.
And having heard that, my concern with that position is that there are many things that we do as a council. And let me say, for example, the big debate we're having on implementing the 311 system for a delivery of city services to our constituents. And not everything that we do falls within the parameters of the Neighborhood Empowerment Department. And I have a concern that if we use that logic, that if it makes sense in terms of delivery of city services, then the door is wide open to anything related to delivery of city services. And that's not what the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment was charged to do. What I look at is the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment is to empower people. The constituent service centers are to bring City Hall out to the community. Functionally bringing the services out is not necessarily equate with empowering the people in the community. I would like to see the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment move forward on their charge before they get distracted with other tasks that are unrelated to the charge. I just have a concern that what I see as subsection G of the charter, perform other duties, is overriding A through F. I mean, I want to see A through F get on its way before we start doing G. That's one of my first concerns. The other concern is that I really don't think that right now is the time to make the decision. We have consultants going out. What I understand is Gensler and Associates Architects to include the preparation. I want to see what their recommendations are before I decide who takes the lead. So I want to make an amendment that we wait until the report comes back before we make this decision of who should be the lead agency in planning and implementing the strategic plan that's articulated by the Gensler and Associates that we've decided to do this research and work for us. So that's the motion that I want to make at this point.
All right. Mr. Padilla, it's your motion, so I'm going to call on you.
I respectfully disagree with that amendment, and let me remind us, colleagues, the debate we had just a couple of weeks ago when this motion was first before us. You know, we have a couple of constituent service centers throughout the city, and they're a very, very good model. And General Services has done a tremendous job in facilitating the creation and maintenance of those facilities. The purpose of this motion is to look beyond just one constituent service center at a time and try to develop a citywide policy. The purpose of constituent service centers, as we have discussed, is to bring the city closer to communities, to allow city staff and different departments to be more accessible and, yes, more responsive in unique, custom ways in each and every community throughout the city of Los Angeles. In that regard, General Services agrees with me that maybe, although they do a wonderful job at helping create these buildings and maintain these buildings, that this is outside the scope of the General Services Department. Now, at the same time, yes, we do have a new charter, and we have created a new department, the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. And from a philosophical perspective, they share this goal. They are charged with making the city more responsive and more accountable to its residents. I think it's very consistent to have the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment not only evolved, but play a lead role along with General Services in facilitating and moving forward this plan. Not of the bricks and mortar, not of moving dirt, building a building, and maintaining those buildings, but in determining what constitutes a good policy citywide for all the residents of Los Angeles. I ask for your support, your aye vote on this motion as written.
I'm going to interrupt this discussion because 87 is a 12-vote item, and I can't vote on it, and Mr. Burnson has to leave for an MTA meeting. He's going to solve all the bus problems in the city. So we'll keep the names as they are, and I will step out on 87. Mr. Savornich, would you take over?
Svornovich is going to take over.
Does anybody else need to come up here?
Okay, we have number 87 before us. Okay, anyone wish to speak on this item? If not, open the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That item is approved forthwith. Okay, we are back to the previous item, which I believe
Mr.
is...
President, before I leave, I do want to thank all of my colleagues today for your endurance, number one, and for the help you gave in at least the mitigation measures, and I still haven't given up on the big one, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Burnson. We're back to item number 16. The next speaker was Councilwoman Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was seconded the motion that Mr. Padilla had brought in. This was, the Constituent Service Center contract had been before the council before, and we sent it to committee and looked at an amendment at that time. And I think we ought to listen to what the departments are saying to us. We have the representatives of the Department of General Services, who was intended to be the lead agency, who said that they now realize that this is bigger than just real estate management and or a real estate project. This is involving how we provide constituent services and general city services to the city. the department that we have now created that is going to have the first, most comprehensive and complete picture of how neighborhoods are responding, how neighborhood wants services provided, and whether or not there are models beyond just the larger constituent services center, satellite offices, bringing in information technology with computer kiosks throughout the city where people can have easy access and taught how to use them. All of that kind of strategic planning and new ideas that are going to be coming not from within but from without are going to be first heard from our Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. This is not meant to cut out anybody else, and it doesn't say so in the motion. It just says bring the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment in as part of the lead on the strategic planning. Clearly, neighborhood empowerment is not going to know budget. It's not going to know what choices ought to be made. That will be deferred to general services in terms of where we can buy land, how we can best use land, what else is out there in terms of their own asset management. But in part of strategic planning of providing those services, Mr. Pacheco is right. We won't defer to them on all things. 311 is not a thing. Our whole goal in life is to make constituent services better. But as we are looking at a new sea change of how we will do that, the Neighborhood Empowerment Department is the one we have created to help lead us in that direction, not singularly, but in consultation after lots and lots of input from the neighborhoods themselves. And that's why I believed, and Councilman Furrow also recommended this, and are bringing forward that amendment as the report from Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Chick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I was probably intending to send this forward today, but I'm interested in what my colleague, Mr. Pacheco, had to say. My questions were as follows. Have we defined what is a constituent service center? Because I have the West Valley Municipal Building that is, as we speak, being renovated on a very tight shoestring budget, using earthquake dollars because it was damaged in the earthquake, and am curious to know if that would be a constituent services center and if it's being remodeled in the right way to be a constituent services center. I'm very much in favor of creating constituent services centers. I'm just wondering if first we shouldn't have a little bit more discussion about what they are, what we're trying to accomplish before we're hiring a consultant. We're always rushing to hire consultants. Second question was, since I know something that's coming to our committee this afternoon that shows general services moving a whole lot of dollars around, like $1 million plus on the fuel tank consolidation, I am fascinated with general services budget that you have all of these available leftover dollars to move around. And I was wondering what the $100,000 on construction materials, since you're billing me for $87,000 on the work you've done to make what I'm calling a constituent services center in the West Valley, where you're coming up with all this excess money, and why do you need money then from the earthquake fund to do what you're doing for me in the 3rd District? So what is a constituent service center? Have we defined it? And then the question about the money.
Well, I'll answer the question about the money. I think that's the paramount question. In the current year budget for fiscal year 99-2000, the City Council and the Mayor authorized $100,000 for new constituent service centers. That was approved in the budget for the current year. That $100,000 was moved from the general fund of the City of Los Angeles into an account in the Construction Forces Division known as Construction Materials.
Why aren't you spending that on my project?
Because the funding in the current year budget was earmarked, okay, for us to study and take a look at new constituent service centers. The intention was not to use the $100,000 for construction. It was put into that account to make sure that we sequestered the funding so that it would not be used for anything else until we determined how we were going to proceed in the future with the planning, the program analysis, and the program development, and the initial analysis that is necessary in order for us to codify a new policy on
Then
constituent
why wasn't it
service
put
centers.
in account number 3040, which is called contractual services, rather than construction materials, if it was earmarked for a survey rather than construction?
Because that is a general account
Thank you,
for
Mr.
the
Chair.
entire department, and I did not want that funding to get lost in the contractual services account and potentially get expended to pay for other contracts that are funded through that account in the General Services Department. So now what we're doing is we're only recommending that we transfer the $100,000 from construction materials to contractual services. We are not including a recommendation to use that funding to award a contract at this time.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair.
And the second part of the answer to your question, Councilwoman, is exactly why I'm here today. When this item came to my attention, that was my question. Do we have a plan? Do we have a strategic plan? Do we have a policy? Do we have a vision? What are constituent service centers? What are community centers? What are construction service centers? That's what I'm proposing today. I'm asking that my department be allowed to sit with General Services to come up with a report that will come back to you where we will outline some of these issues and hopefully present policy recommendations that you can move forward on. Before we go on, we are not contracting out to anybody to do anything at this point in time. It's premature.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Holden.
Mr. President, members, you're looking at three specific areas. East, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Mid-Wilshire, Pacoima, Sun Valley. Are you decided that's what the need is?
No.
Then why it doesn't include the Crenshaw-Adams area where there is a need?
Councilman, that's exactly why my department would like to be involved in
I mean,
writing the
just
report to come back to you with a
I know,
strategic plan.
but you're not involved yet, and I don't think...
No, but you're referring to something that was done previously.
I know, but the charter, the way I see it, was not designed to include your activity in this, although I welcome it. I mean, neighborhood councils there's no association, in my view. No association. So therefore,
hear
if
that.
you take on additional responsibility, then you're going to be needing additional personnel.
No.
Well, then you got too many people working for you now then.
Councilman, I don't have anybody working for me right now,
Well,
to be
that's
perfectly honest.
Like I said, you have too many. But the fact of the matter is, the one that you intend to acquire, I thought your duty is going to be out there doing something else. But I welcome your input if you're going to consider my area. You know, it's all about me.
My charge is the entire city of Los
I
Angeles.
understand that. It's spelled Crenshaw and Adams.
The entire city of Los
Okay,
Angeles.
very good. Now, why haven't we looked at that area? Well, you know, you live in the area and about it. You didn't even include that in here.
It's not the department's report. It's from Gensler. And that was a previous report done back 2 years ago, and then the update was done, I think, September of this year.
September update, did it include Crenshaw Adams?
I don't believe so.
Well, then we got to reject the report. I mean, I can show you the statistics will clearly show that there's a critical need in that area as compared to others. Why are you paying this guy all this money to give you misinformation or not sufficient information? I want to hold this over anyway. I don't think we should be paying him anything right now.
We aren't. That's not what is before you.
I understand.
There's nothing here that says we're going to go out for a contract with them.
Report is to include you, is that right, among other things?
Different from Gensler. Yeah.
And drop the other guy.
At this time, yes.
Well, if
We're
you
not
drop
moving
him,
forward.
if we include you and drop him, I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Is that what it's about?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. The chair recognizes Councilman Pacheco.
Look, maybe I'm being misinformed for obvious reasons that they want to cloud the issue, but the way I read the motion, it says General Services to amend the existing contract to include the preparation of, and then part two is the money for that amendment. Are we not spending money or are we spending money?
And at the point that that the Department of Neighborhoods became involved, we're not so focused on the contractual piece at this point because we think it's premature. We want to be involved in setting the framework for the strategic plan and doing the report to bring back to you. So whether the money is moved or not, they don't necessarily have to move forward with a contract. I understand that's what's before you, but the department's piece there is for the vision.
Okay. The way I read this motion is we were asking outside people to do a study to bring back to the department.
You're right.
The way it's been amended now is outside people do the study, but make sure that in your study you conclude that the lead agency is going to be the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, and that with the assistance of the Department of General Services. So there's a disconnect here with what I understand is going on and what we're doing. If the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment wants to have a policy discussion about what constituent service centers are before we go out to amend the contract, then this motion is premature completely. Then this motion is completely premature, and I'm going to vote no on this as it stands.
Continue.
If you have such an interest in being part of the philosophical and policy discussions before we go out and spend money, then this motion should be tabled until you come back and the General Services come back with that, those recommendations. Because I don't want to spend money right now if we don't have the information yet. It seems like we're putting the cart before the horse here. So what are we doing?
Hold off on the money and then.
Me too. Mr. Savornich, is someone going to answer that from the...
Well, I'm waiting just like you are, Councilman.
As it comes from Budget and Finance. There is and has been Gensler and Associates under contract, and reports were prepared initially on Constituent Services Center under the auspices of General Services Department. There was an amendment to that, and what we were looking at here is to further that contract and get them to bring to some conclusion the initial report, I think Mr. Holden mentioned it, about some constituent services centers. What was requested here, and what this was transferring money within General Services, which had the money from a construction materials account to a contractual services account. So there was a transfer of money that has been there and just moving it. As it was coming forward, what General Services understood and what had been going on in the past is Gensler was doing its report primarily, if not exclusively, as a real estate analysis. Where do we have assets? How are we going to manage those assets? What might be the best perspective of handling those real estate assets in terms of prioritizing? Gensler isn't necessarily, nor is General Services, by their own admission, the best department to make an overall strategic plan on constituent services. They are very good at asset management. They are very good at saying this one can be bought for so much square foot, we can build here for so much square foot, but that doesn't answer the essential question of where should neighborhood services and how should neighborhood services be provided. What we're saying is, as that report and amendment from Gensler is added, rather than just having it come back in consultation with General Services, who already acknowledges that they're not the best to make those kind of judgments, include the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment as the lead agency to receive that report back and to work with them that this is not just a strict real estate analysis. This is an analysis that should have the influence, the additional information that Department of Neighborhood Empowerment itself will be getting. Department of Neighborhood Empowerment won't be making the recommendation, won't be making the decision. That will come to the council. But it ought to have some influence in that recommendation as to what they are hearing from the community, what the neighborhoods are asking for in a whole array of constituent services issues, better and more than just General Services can. It's not cutting out General Services, because we also need to have that analysis as well. But putting Department of Neighborhood Empowerment in as part of working with an outside contractor to look at some other issues rather than just straight real estate and where we can get the most for our dollar makes a whole lot of sense, and that's what this motion attempts to do.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Chick.
I think maybe my questions were answered and I wasn't focused on the answer from my respected colleague. But I want to go forward on developing a plan for constituent service centers. I don't want to allocate money and extend a contract today. I believe that's what Mr. Pacheco's motion was. If there's any information to the contrary, I will be supporting that motion and still waiting to eagerly support the next step.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman Hernandez.
Push my button on time, huh? I wasn't paying too much attention to the debate because I didn't think this was a major item, and I was going to go with the flow. But the flow seems to be going in both directions, so I thought I'd better stand up and ask some questions. To address some of the issues expressed by Mr. Pacheco and Ms. Check, if we approve the $100,000 now, are you going to come back to us before you expend that money?
Well, the $100,000 is currently in the budget for the General Services
Right, so we
Department.
make the
Okay.
change.
Right. And once we do prepare an amendment to the existing contract, and I must say I stand corrected there. I said earlier we were not extending the contract, so I'd like to correct that for the entire council. But at any rate, once we do amend the contract, then it would come first of all to the ITGS committee, and based upon their action with, and operating on the premise that they did approve it, it would then subsequently come to the city council.
And would that give our newly department head the opportunity to be part of this process and that dialogue and that discussion?
Absolutely.
Would that satisfy Mr. Pacheco and Ms. Chick's questions? I'm just, it wouldn't? Okay, and that's where maybe you could clarify for me what exactly you want, because I want to support you, if you don't mind, on my time.
The issue before us is this. What I was understanding was happening is we were going outside the system to get input on a problem we've been having on developing a strategic plan. We go outside the system because we want to get that perspective. I was told that first they were doing real estate only, and now we want to have them do a more expansive analysis. And this motion seems to tell the outside the system people, do your analysis, but make sure that you conclude, because it says here, in this, and maybe I'm just reading the English, maybe there's something behind the English, but
Well, that's
it
your
says
job,
here.
you're an attorney, that's what you do.
Well, I read the English as it
Yeah.
sounds. It says, with the following components, that the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment be the lead agency. So we're already telling them what one of the conclusions should be in their analysis. I don't understand that. That's my problem. I don't understand why we're telling them that must be one of the components. I understand point two, that you want them to build on their previous information. That I understand, build on what you've already done. But I don't understand point one, and if all they want to do is consult with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, then it should say consult with the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, consult with each council district office, consult with any entity in the city of Los Angeles, and not conclude that they be the lead agency, because we don't know if they should be the lead agency.
Is this something that could be resolved if we were to continue this item, let's say, till next week, and then you could meet with them directly and work on that wording?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Was that a
let's
motion,
continue.
Councilman Hernandez?
Good.
Okay.
Oh, and we have a motion and a second, continue this 1 week. Is there any objection by any of the colleagues here?
No major objection. I'd like to speak before we
Okay,
determine.
Councilman Padilla is recognized prior to we continuing this.
I think what's happening here is we're trying to read the English on the paper. Is really a difference in what's been done before and what's been done now. And I go back to what I said a couple of weeks ago. I go back to what I said earlier today, which is we're moving away from the old constituent service center way of doing things into hopefully a new way of developing constituent service centers. Up until this point, to the credit of my colleagues who have constituent service centers in their district, it's taken a lot of work with General Services Department to find land, to build a building, to put other departments in these buildings, provide the services to the community, and maintain these as constituent service centers. What I'm trying to accomplish through this motion and through our committee is a bigger picture, a citywide perspective on what's the future of constituent service centers. How can we continue to grow what seems to be a successful model already? And in that development, we're looking beyond just land acquisition. We're looking beyond just building buildings. We're really looking at what should be in those buildings. How can we use these constituent service centers to respond to the needs and the concerns in each and every community throughout the city? And it raises actually a question that hasn't been raised in this debate. What would be the relationship between whether it's these constituent service centers or neighborhood councils or our council district offices and our field representatives? Because I believe we're all charged with the same mission, to make the city more responsive and more accountable to our residents and our businesses. We're all charged with the same thing, and we're trying to apply different tools here. So what we're doing in changing the scope of this contract is having Gensler look beyond just where should constituent service centers be, and really look more towards where can they be and what should be there. And because I'm trying to use that vision and that philosophy, I'm making the move to move a little bit away from general services, but bring in the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment again as the lead to work with Gensler, to work with the General Services Department. Because it's great to have a Department of Neighborhood vision, but without General Services being able to get it done, it's not going to happen. So that's the fundamental change we're making here in items A and being able to accomplish it through item B.
Chair recognizes Councilman Wax.
This has been a good discussion. When Mr. Pacheco raised his points, I immediately said I agree with him. But as Mr. Padilla has answered them, I think I agree with his solutions. The reality is that as we go into a new Department of Neighborhoods, and as we hopefully develop the kind of meaningful citywide system of independent neighborhood councils, we will give them the resources they need to do exactly what you say, Mr. Pacheco, the goal of empowering people in all the communities to be involved not only in the delivery of services, but to have their voices heard on a wide range of issues and participate in the community. Part of that has to be constituent service centers. It really does seem that once you get beyond the more narrow scope that Gensler was first chosen for, it's the Department of Neighborhoods that ought to be dealing with the policy of the functions of constituent services insofar as it relates to neighborhood councils and other things. The two go hand in hand. When you get people all involved in a neighborhood, all concerned about doing something, constituent services centers is going to be an aspect of what they will be dealing with. And so I really see Department of Neighborhoods assuming a much greater role in this. In fact, I see General Services being someone who implements something that the Department of Neighborhoods in the council, in the plan that will come to us, sort of determine as the plan. So I really do want to inject them into it. I don't want to tie their hands right now as to what the conclusion should be, because I think that this has to be developed side by side with the other primary tasks that the Department of Neighborhoods has, which is the plan. You have 1 year to come up with a plan for neighborhood councils, and this council is going to have 6 months at most to accept it or modify it. And I would think that in your plan will be some of the things that this study will be talking about, but you ought to be the lead agency other than for the actual implementation of it. You're not going to be the person. Department of Neighborhoods isn't going to go out and build them, and isn't going to, and all of that. General Services is going to continue their function in that. But where they should be and in the functions they should serve and how they relate to the other things, such as neighborhood councils that Dunn is responsible for, they've got to become the lead agency. You have to coordinate this in some way. And if the two departments there feel comfortable with this motion, and I hope you do, then I agree with Mr. Pacheco's issues that he raised, but I think Mr. Padilla's solution it seems to be the appropriate one.
Yeah, the chair recognizes Councilman Savornich. Councilman Savornich moved the previous question and is going to recognize Councilman Hernandez's vote and Councilwoman Goldberg's second to continue it 1 week. With no objection, that'll be the order. Next item.
Item number 10, called special by Councilmember Holden.
Chairman,
Chair recognizes Councilwoman
we have a
Goldberg.
12-vote item, number 73. I wonder if we could take it out of order.
I do not believe we have 12 votes any longer, Councilwoman.
Oh, no. No, that can't be.
Oh, I think it is.
How could we not have 12 votes?
I believe it is. I believe so.
No, this is an eminent domain that is absolutely critical that we get through.
Why don't we hold item 73 on the desk a
Okay,
moment in
that
order that we
was
can see if we
trying
can
to
get 12
get to
votes.
it so that we could get the 12-vote items,
As
and I
soon
don't
as we
care what
have
order we
12
do anything.
members back, if we get it, we'll take up item 73,
Thank you.
Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Chick.
If I could move reconsideration of item 38 to just have it move forward today. It's been explained to me by the city attorney that it does not need to go to Plum Committee. It's a track map issue in my district.
Okay, without objection, we're going to take up item number 38 right now. Are there any questions or comments on item number 38?
Well, Mr.
Councilman
President, I
Hernandez?
just want to say, my questions on item 19 had been answered, so we could remove the special.
Okay, we'll take that one right after this one. Okay, item number 38 is before us, colleagues. Is there any debate? Seeing none, open the roll on item number 38, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved forthwith. Councilwoman?
Mr. President, I'd like to respectfully request, until we get the number 12 back needed for the ordinance, if we could take 48 out of order.
Okay, we'll take that right after Mr. Hernandez is out of order.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, was that item number?
19.
Item number 19 is now before us, colleagues. Okay. Item number 19B has been moved by Mr. Fuhr. Would a second by?
How does it differ from HCNR?
The items differ only to the extent that Budget and Finance, when Housing passed it, it appeared that there was a need for $250,000 from the reserve fund. Since that time, Housing examined their budget and found $250,000 in their own budget. That's what B says.
Fabulous.
Okay. We have item number
Good
19.
thing we weren't talking about Sunshine Canyon.
Okay, we have item number 19B before us, colleagues. Open the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved forthwith on that item. I believe there was another item, Mrs. Chick, that we wanted to take up now?
48, which
Item number 48, colleagues, is now before us. 48.
Which is old 10?
Okay, is there any speakers on item number 48? Please push your buttons now.
Me.
Okay, the chair would like to recognize Councilwoman Chick.
Yes, colleagues, this was a motion that I introduced because I had heard over a period of time, both from an organization of bar and tavern keepers, as well as from individual owners of restaurants and bars and taverns throughout the city, that they wanted to convene a formal group of representatives of their establishments to meet on a quarterly basis with LAPD to sit down and proactively explore solving problems in advance, looking at some of the law and order nuisance and complaint issues that sometimes arise in our neighborhoods around these establishments, and work in a very proactive way to prevent the problems from even happening. That seemed to be an extremely good idea to me, a common sense idea, and one that absolutely fits with community policing. And I would be more than willing to stop at the end of that sentence so that we can vote on 48, because I'll remember where I left off.
Let me hold your time, Mrs. Chick. I
Thank
believe
you.
Councilwoman Goldberg, the item that we wanted to take up was item number 73.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's not a hearing item. It's had a hearing.
I don't know. If there are questions, I'll be glad to have the staff give a report.
I have one card on file for Roger Sullivan, who wanted to be listed against the proposal. Okay.
For the record, Ellen Pace, City Attorney's Office. This matter is in negotiations. I believe that this matter will be settled. They filed their opposition just to preserve their record. We will continue those negotiations, notwithstanding the passage. Sure. The negotiations will continue, assuming that there is an affirmative vote today for the passage of this ordinance.
Okay.
Let me just explain the issue.
Councilwoman?
Okay. there is a small parking lot by an apartment building right next to the Trizacon Hollywood Highland. In the EIR, it was required that the city take this as public access. Okay? We've been trying to do it through negotiations so that there wouldn't be a need for a taking, but it is required to make sure that people on Orchid can get through even after the project is built, between Orchid and Orange. It's a small parking lot. The deal includes with Trizacon that the spaces that are in there will be replaced in the parking lot for the apartment dwellers and their visitors for free, set aside in the parking lot that will come out of it. And in addition to which, we've required that there be parking provided by Trizacon during the construction of the parking period. So they'll always have parking. There really is just a disagreement about how much the property is worth, quite frankly, and we're not obviously involved in that. We will install a 6-foot sound barrier to make sure that any noise from that particular street is not involved. And the trucks will not be delivering at night. And in fact, the trucks that use that little access will not use it much at all because it's really only for an occasional event in the theater. We will ensure that they have an alternate visitor parking during construction and that the set aside is there. But it's basically a parking lot on Madison right next to this access road. And it is essential for the project. And it was in the EIR insisted upon primarily by the folks who live on Orchid and also the folks who live up the hill from Orchid to make sure that there was access for essentially emergency vehicles and that they not be kind of locked in. So this is the negotiations with the agency and the owner continue as we speak. We hope it will not actually result in a condemnation, but we are required to have this access road by the EIR for the project. It's a 12-vote item. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman Wax. Ma'am, did you have something before? Mr. Wax?
To paraphrase my colleague, Councilwoman Goldberg, on the one hand and on the other hand. On the one hand, I mean, my temptation was to vote against this because I'm usually loath to condemning property, private property, for other private property interests as opposed to for public facilities. One thing to condemn private property for a public purpose, it's another to do it for a private development. Secondly, it's a private development that I oppose, not the development as such, but the financing, the subsidy of it. But the reality is, as you've explained it, and I appreciate your explanation, Ms. Goldberg, is that in doing so, we're really doing it to benefit the people in the area affected by it, and in that case, it is really more of a public act than doing it for the benefit of the developer themselves. And that, I think, on balancing those two, despite the fact that I had opposed the subsidy for this project, I think that this is responsible to do, and I'll go along with it. I appreciate your explanation.
Well, if I might just conclude, just to make sure, this is strictly to make sure there's public access for emergency vehicles through that area, and that the people on Orchid are not locked out of being able to get through the area.
Thank you.
I would just like to clarify a couple of things. The litany of items that the council member laid out are part of the negotiations. They would not necessarily be included if there was a condemnation. That is what we are trying to negotiate with them for a voluntary sale of their property. We are trying to make this as palatable as possible for the residents of the building who are adjacent to the alley, and I believe that there will be a resolution that will not require litigation.
Very good. We have item number 73 before us. It is an ordinance. Madam Clerk, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Forthwith, please.
That item is approved forthwith. We go back to item number 48. I believe, Mrs. Chick, you had the floor with 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock, please.
I don't know, I should get at least 15-second bonus for stopping mid-sentence, but I'll try to finish up. Colleagues, we also had before us a motion and quite frankly, I forget if it was part of the budget process, where everyone voted unanimously for the council to create this advisory task force, not calling it a CPAB, an advisory task force. We were each going to appoint one member from our district with an alternate to meet quarterly with Vice, Commander of Vice and LAPD. What happened was our direction went to the Police Commission, and the Police Commission recommended against doing this. I will be interested to hear from the Chair of Public Safety that heard that report and led to the directions in front of us today to not do what we said we wanted to do. But I am still very much in support of moving ahead with the advisory task force. I don't know how we can say we have community policing in the city if we say no to a group of people who want to proactively problem solve and prevent problems, working in partnership with the police. It doesn't cost extra money. It's 4 times a year, and it's owners of businesses that are interested and willing to give of their time and effort to make our communities a better place to live. So I would urge that we vote against what's before us and go back to our original recommendation, which hopefully does not have to go back to the commission. I'm very confused about why we have to get the commission's permission. And Mr. Wax, when this was before us, you asked for a representative of the police commission to be here. There is no one from the commission or the department, I believe. So I ask that we go forward and form the task force, appoint our members, and have them meet with LAPD 4 times a year.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman Wax.
Yeah, I specifically asked that the department, that the commission have someone here who denied it because I felt it was imperative for them to explain to us why they would. I'm really surprised they have. I think Ms. Chick stated it pretty eloquently, but maybe I can give you a little history on this. There has probably been no issue that has more inflamed or adversely impacted the relationship between city departments, city agencies, and the gay and lesbian community than the historic role between police in establishments like this. I mean, of all the years I've been here, that was the primary issue for a great many years. And a lot of progress has really been made. And it has been made exactly because, at least in some portions of the city and in some divisions, depending on the captains and all that, there was this kind of relationship that enabled the affected parties to meet just like all other groups meet with the department, and they resolved many of their problems. It is the very thing Ms. Chick is asking to be institutionalized on a citywide basis that in fact has led to a harmonious and better relationship in at least some portions of the city and some divisions of the police department. And so what you're asking really to do is to build on those successes, to institutionalize it and make it a part of all neighborhoods and all communities and all divisions and the whole department. And why the department would resist that is actually beyond me. And that's why I wanted the commission, and it actually really surprised me why the commission, it's not beyond me why the department may have resisted it in the past. It is beyond me why the commission, particularly now, would resist it. So I wanted the commission to be here to speak for itself, because it's almost incomprehensible to me that the commission that I know would oppose trying to achieve the goals Ms. Chick just so eloquently stated, and that in fact have worked in the past where they've tried it. So if the commission's not here, that's almost worse than being against it. You know, I just go nuts about it. I tend to agree with Ms. Chick that we just ought to go ahead with it now and set it up. The problem is that I'd like it to work, and if it were going to work, you want all the parties to buy into it. And you could tell people, you know, you're going to do this for your own good, but if you can get them to buy into it, you got a better chance of having it work. So I hate to keep continuing this because I'd like them to, but I also want this to be where everyone agrees it's needed and it should be done. So perhaps some of my other colleagues can shed wisdom on this. I mean, I don't want to continue it forever. I want this to happen, but I want them to buy into it. But if they're not going to cooperate, then at some point maybe you do have to say, we want this, and that's going to be it. So, Ms. Chick, I need to talk to you about that. Okay, maybe there's some other council members who want to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Wax. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Chair of Public Safety Committee, when we heard this, the motion that came to us was the establishment of a bar and tavern owner advisory committee. It didn't talk about specific bar and tavern owners. It talked about in general. When the commission representatives came to us, they indicated that they had some alternative suggestions, which is what we went along with, and then requested a 6-month report back to us as to whether or not or if they were successful. One of the things they talked about was a proactive outreach by the department to bar and tavern owners to become part of existing community police advisory boards in each of the divisions that they are located. That it was determined as it relates not only to any single bar and tavern owner, but in general, the kind of issues that we deal with, as well as the police department and in neighborhoods, has to do with the operations overall, and that they should be part of that existing operation in the division with the captain who's involved in their own area. So there should be a much greater outreach to say that they should be part of the CPAPs in the areas that they're located. Additionally, the department indicated that they now offer an opportunity to work individually with bar and tavern owners as to the kind of cooperation that the department would like in terms of the whole things relative to how the police department enforces the alcoholic beverage control issues and many of our conditional use kind of permits where we usually hear about them when there are problems. Thirdly, what we did ask is that they report back to us as to how many bar and tavern owners are now participating in each of the divisions of the city in the community police advisory boards. I think the committee very, very much supported the intent of incorporating and having bar and tavern owners as a part of the community policing, community police advisory process. But rather than create a super agency which would meet quarterly, the committee was persuaded that the department's recommendation of getting down to it at a division-by-division level, incorporating those bar and tavern owners in that area as part of the Community Police Advisory Board in that area with the captain and the officers in that area made sense. And so that was what our recommendation was as a substitute for just creating an overall bar and tavern advisory committee right now. But in doing so, we ask that they report back in 6 months. But I have no hesitation if Mr. Wax would like to have this continued again, or other members of the council, with the mandate that we hear it at a time when the commission and the department are here to talk about what they are doing and how proactive they would be as they suggested they would be.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Goldberg.
Let me put this into a little context for you. I guess it's about a year ago now. We had in Council President Ferraro's and in my district a series of multi-task force agencies that involved quite a large number of, I don't know what else to call them except raids of clubs in Silver Lake and South Silver Lake, East Hollywood and Echo Park. The resultant of which was about a 500-person meeting at which Speaker Antonio Villaraigosa, State Senator Polanco, Ferraro, myself, and others were present, hearing people who were wildly outraged at the way they were treated because someone thought maybe there were too many people in one establishment, or maybe someone thought that people were not, that they didn't have enough security guards or whatever. And the result was a tremendous amount of hullabaloo in a lot of communities. Out of that situation, out of this large community meeting with more than 500 people present, came the notion that if you look citywide at a group of business owners that are more likely to be thought of by some, if not many, as potential problems, it's bars, clubs, and taverns. Their view was that if there were a place where the police and groups of them from all over the city, not one division at a time, but all over the city, could generally discuss problem issues and to try and figure out ways to prevent the kind of anger and hostility that was directed toward LAPD in 2 or 3 communities in Los Angeles, but rather to have people working together to solve the mutually identified problems, that if they did this 3 or 4 times a year, that they could do prevention, which all of us give lip service to. We all say prevention's far better than after the fact. But when we actually challenged them to do that, first with a meeting with the chief, with President Ferraro, Councilmember Chick, and myself, and then later with a motion requesting the commission to do this, the answer was that this would be a special interest group and it would have a special interest set of meetings. I don't know what the special interest is. These are folks who run businesses who want to be a part of putting pressure on bad owners with the police to change things for the good for all our communities. I don't know what the special interest is. So I don't really get it. And as I told the folks who called me when they saw this was on the agenda, they said to me, tell me what we're doing wrong. I mean, what we're asking is to be a part of prevention and to be a part of solving problems before they happen. How is that not getting communicated? Can you help us communicate that that's what we want to do? And I said, well, you know, we'll try. I have no objection, though, Mr. Wax. In fact, I'd prefer to delay this and to ask the commission and the department to come. I'd really like to hear the answer to the question that was posed to me by one business owner in my district, which was, what are we doing wrong? How are we not communicating that what we want to do is to be a part of solving problems and preventing problems rather than a part of causing problems? What are we doing wrong that that's not getting across?
Would you like to move a one-week continuance, Councilman?
Do you think a week, Mr. Wax?
We're in recess.
Oh, we're in recess. Let's move it to Friday. I would request that we would ask formally that both the department and the commission have representation here, because the council, as you can understand, and some of our constituents don't really see what is at stake from the department or the commission's point of view, that this would be viewed negatively.
And if at all possible, a commissioner.
Yes, that's what I said.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Holden.
Commissioner.
Mr. President, members, you can continue it, but when it comes up for a vote, I'm going to vote no. And there's a reason why I'm going to vote no. You're going to have inherent in this advisory committee from bar owners, tavern owners, is politics at its highest and preferential treatment. For example, Ms. Goldberg had some bars that wanted to dance and they want to do certain things in the area. Did you know that if you had such a committee in place, they would have said no because it's the competition? It's enough when they come down here and hire lobbyists to oppose certain practices or opening or providing certain services at bars and taverns. If you had this in place today, a restaurant owner in Hollywood would say no to item number 24 because they don't want the competition. I know it's advisory. Now all they're going to do is make a lot of noise and cause you a lot of problems. The fact of the matter is if they're operating outside of the law, that's what the police commission will do, or the building and safety will do. They have certain conditions. You start having this advisory committee over here and advisory committee over there. I can tell you right now, in certain parts of my district, especially Koreatown, where they don't, one guy don't want another guy to upstage them, and they'll move in to say, Mr. Holden, you can't do this for him, you can't do that for that one. And I'm telling you, you say no. But you'll have this committee in a position to reject anything that you finally do if they say they don't want something for their particular community. You say CPACs. They can get involved in CPAC right now. Well, then fine, that's where they get their input. We're working with the police and working with the community and neighborhood councils. Another layer, what do you call it, whatever you want to call it, voluntarily, whatever you want to call it, fine. Recommend anything they want to recommend, fine. But I'm going to support the police commission in this effort. They say they don't need it. I'm going to support building and safety that we pay to give us the best advice. Did they say they need it? They don't need it.
They haven't said anything anyway.
Well, they haven't said anything, but the fact of the matter is it's just a popularity game where you're going to have these bar and tavern owners make the most noise, getting what they want, and denying the other business what they don't want for them. And just another harebrained idea, and I'm not voting for it, whenever it comes up.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. The chair recognizes Councilman Wax.
You know, as I've listened to this,
Point of order.
What is your point, Mr. Holden?
10 and 23, I was holding on the desk for special. I'm satisfied they can be taken care of.
We'll take
removed.
those items up right after we finish with this one, Mr. Holden. Chair recognizes Mr. Wax. Would you reset
the point
clock?
that Councilman Misakowski made in terms of the importance of having the businesses part of the CPABs within the individual divisions and an integral part of the broader police community relation there is a good one. They have to be, because these businesses aren't in isolation. What they do affects the residents of the area, what it does affects the businesses, and it should be part of that, but it doesn't preclude. This isn't either or. The reality is that in situations that you're not familiar with things, you often learn from other people's experiences. And it is quite clear that there has been an unevenness in the way these issues are handled in one neighborhood and part of the city in another. And part of that is because of a lack of familiarity, and part of that is because of difference in personnel. And it seems to me that if one community has had a really good experience in relating to the department in handling an issue like this over time, another community that hasn't might well benefit from that. And one of the reasons one of the benefit, even with neighborhood councils, we have talked continuously, I certainly have, that on a quarterly basis, for example, the neighborhood councils will send their representatives to some central place to meet with all the neighborhood representatives of other neighborhoods so that they can share experiences. They can see and learn from each other. This is a classic case whereby one can learn from the other. And it doesn't preclude each of them from having their own individual relationship within their own community and their own division, but it expands it to find a forum and a vehicle through which they can share in problem solving. That's what this is really about, and I don't have the life of me why anybody would be afraid of that. You could only benefit from that.
Thank you, Mr. Wax. We do have a motion on the table to continue this until this Friday. Is there any objection? Inviting a commissioner and the representatives from the departments that the councilwoman had requested to attend. So would the clerk see to that, please? Without objection, this item will be continued until Friday. Next item, I believe, Mr. Holden, you had items number 10 and 23 to which your questions have been answered. So why don't we take item number 10 at this time?
Oh, no, I said that.
He said he's okay. Yeah, they can go forward.
Oh, they can go forward.
Very good. Excuse me, I believe before we do that, we did have a speaker's card on item number 48, but this item is going to be continued. It was Ivan Hill, I believe. Okay. Okay. It's going to be continued until Friday. If you'd like to, sir, we'll give you the time right now. Sir, would you raise the mic so we can hear you? Go right ahead, sir.
And thank you very much, Mr. Zvornik, for the opportunity. And I'll be very brief. The simplicity of this matter is that a very small group of bar owners who are very active in Hollywood and already have 3 or 4 of the tavern members on the CPAB have contributed very heavily to Mrs. Goldberg and Miss Goldberg, and are pushing relentlessly to create this special forum for themselves. It is a forum of special interest, Mr. Wax, and Mr. Holden is very correct. For instance, I recently did a PACMIS crime report request for one of those bar and tavern owners that are on the list. It was the Palace. 187 crimes reported since January 1 in 1996, 128 arrests. There were dead bodies, there were kidnapping attempts, there were forcible rapes, and yet they sit there on the Community Police Advisory Board after they've already had 3 riots this year in the Palace parking lot, and advocate for themselves as a contributor to community causes. And despite the fact that they've been on the council for years, on the Community Police Advisory Board for years, they failed to substantially clean up their act. And that's demonstrated by the fact that the number of arrests for drunkenness in Hollywood has risen since 1996, from 247 in 1996 to 2,474, just about exactly 1,000% by the end of 1998. We have a terrific problem with alcohol in this country and in this city. I think that the department has offered a very reasonable approach. They've said that we'll make a commander available to meet with your organization, with the California Bar and Tavern Association, pretty much whenever you like. They haven't even limited it to a quarter. But the California Bar and Tavern Association is a very, very, very small association. It's not the statewide organization that so many of us think of when we think of the Bar and Tavern Association.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
And I appreciate very much your considering the possibility that all is not quite hunky-dory with this seemingly very simple proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Okay. This item is continued until Friday. Next item will be item number 10. Mr. Holden's questions have been answered. Item number 10. Mrs. Chick, did you want to speak on item number 10? Okay, so we have item number 10 before us, colleagues. Anybody wish to speak on item number 10? Okay. Madam Clerk, would you open the roll on item number 10? Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved. Next item is item number 23. Mr. Holden said his questions have been answered on item number 23. Colleagues, anybody wish to speak on item number 23? If not, Madam Clerk, would you open the roll on item number 23 and tabulate the vote?
11 ayes.
That item is approved. Next item.
Item number 15, called special.
Item number 15, called special. Who called 15 special, colleagues? Okay, well, we do have number 15 then before us. It's an ordinance, second reading. If no one wishes to speak, open the roll on item number 15. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved forthwith on that item. Next item.
Item number 24, called special by Councilmember Wax.
We have item number 24 before us. We also have some speaker cards on item number 24. We have had a public hearing on this item, however, and that public hearing was closed. However, I do have quite a few speakers cards against the proposal and a few in favor of the proposal. And so I would like to ask your direction, colleagues, whether or not you would like to either reopen the public hearing or to place these cards on file in their respective categories, either for or against.
Well, I would like to permit two
Sure.
speakers for and two speakers against, even though the public hearing has been closed, because they did bother to come down and they've been sitting here all this time.
Councilwoman Goldberg has requested that we have two speakers on each side speak. Is there any objection from the council in that regard? Okay, then what I am going to ask is that the persons who filled out cards against the proposal, if you could please choose two among you who will speak against the proposal, and those in favor, if you would choose two among you in favor of the proposal, and then we will move forward. Okay, so first, may I have the persons against the proposal? Two persons come up to the microphone, identify yourselves, please, followed by the two persons in favor of the proposal. Colleagues, then I will invite you to speak on this issue. So colleagues, push your speaker's button if you would like to speak. So ma'am, are you going to be one of the persons speaking against the proposal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am, if you would identify yourself for the record, and then you may go right ahead.
My name is Ruth Goulet. I am the head of the Civic Association immediately to the east of this project. When we have been at this for over a year. We have asked for 12 different conditions, none of which have been approved. We have gone through this whole process. And what seems not to be understood by anybody, any of you, is that there are two pieces of property that we're talking about. If you will look at this chart, the large piece of property opens on Argyle. It is zoned C4. The back side of this property, which has the existing church sitting on it, is an R4 zone. What has been written into the documents so far from the hearing officer, from the council office, from everybody is, we now have a liquor license, an entertainment license on the church itself in an R4 zone that can seat 350 people with no parking. The proposal is to build a restaurant in the C4 zone with another 175 people and 25 at the bar, and they will all enter down here in the neighborhood area. We want, if you're going to pass this, we need to have the design on this restaurant reversed so that everything gets dumped on Argyle, which is where the Pantages does it, where everybody does it. But more important, if you pass this today, you will be precedent setting an ordinance that says in an R4 zone, you can not only have a business and an entertainment license, but you can sell alcohol. And that means that every one of you can have a liquor license in the house next to you. Residential zoning for a liquor license. This is what's known in the trades around here anyway, is rezoning by variance. They will not rezone that lot, and we know the reasons why, and the council office knows why. But it cannot be rezoned. So we're getting around this whole thing by doing it this way. We object to this because it will set a precedent that you are going to have to live with. That is liquor licenses in residential zones. There are any number of other conditions that we have asked for over and over and over again. We must have contractual parking for at least 100 parking places somewhere. We cannot have 500 people on this parcel with zip, no parking, because it means our tiny little neighborhood streets are free. That's the only free place.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And do we have another speaker from the opposition, ma'am? If you would please state your name for the record.
My name's Fran Reichenbach, and I'm a Hollywood resident. First of all, do we have 12 people here, or does that matter? Does that matter to you all? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter? Okay. My comment is that I live in a single-family zone, single-family dwelling zone, and so I'm here because I know that even though I live in a single-family R1 zoning, if I lived in an R4 zoning like these people, I'd be really bothered. I'd be really bothered, and I don't want to wait till July 1st, 2000 to come out of my yard and talk about what's happening in the neighborhood just south of me. I think that it's a pity that we're even considering putting a liquor license in that church. I've been talking about this like you take the spirit out of the church and you put the spirits in. It would be funny if it wasn't 40 feet from a few, like 3 or 4 bedrooms on several properties. Yeah, then it would be funny, but it isn't really. And I'm going to suggest that you deny the applicant a license for this, and also reconsider the entertainment portion of it, that the entertainment, if there's going to be entertainment in there, that it be restricted into the hours that people aren't trying to sleep. And as I think I've passed around to you the documents that I've written, I don't want to hear anybody's music, not even my own when I'm trying to go to sleep. I wouldn't want it in my window, and I can't stand for it in somebody else's. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I have two
Since I
speakers.
filed for this ahead of time, so I want to ask the council to at least add one condition, that when, if, or
Ma'am,
and,
ma'am, ma'am,
if this is approved,
ma'am,
it has to add
Ma'am.
a condition before cultural heritage.
Ma'am.
They will not approve this until it goes
Ma'am.
before the Cultural Heritage Commission. Therefore, it's approved for that.
ma'am, if you would please stand down. We had asked that two be in favor and two be opposed. Now I'd like to ask those two persons in favor of the proposal to please come forward if they are present. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, council members.
State your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Ron Merkling. I'm the Director of Governmental Affairs with the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The Hollywood Chamber of Commerce is strongly in favor of this project and opposes the appeal that's before you today. I wanted to mention that, first of all, the owner, Susan Moore, has been a member of the Chamber for over 5 years. She's run another restaurant, the Hollywood Hills Cafe Shop on Franklin, and it's a very fine dining establishment that's been great to the neighborhood within that area. It is an area that also has a lot of residential properties in the area as well, but this particular place on Argyle is within the Hollywood's Theater District. It's in the Hollywood Entertainment District, which is the business improvement district within the area, which promotes not only the entertainment and tourism within the area, but also has extra security within the area. There's an extra cleaning within the area. There's also lots of public parking and parking structures throughout the area. But there is a lack of dining establishments, fine dining establishments, which is such as this proposal within the area. So we would like to see this go forward and your approval on this. And also, one more mention on the traffic issue is that it's right next to the Hollywood and Vine subway station, which is already opened on the Red Line. So I would thank you for your support in opposing this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other speakers in favor of the proposal at this time?
Yes,
Ma'am, if you'd state your name for the record.
my name is Susan Moore.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
I'm the applicant. I'm a restaurateur in the area. Excuse me. Basically, this is a 2-year process, and it has been approved by the zoning administrator. They spent a lot of time. They spent a lot of, the DOT came out, they counted cars, they did their due diligence, and they spent a lot of time evaluating it. They had 4 public hearings. They've heard all of these things before, and the zoning administrator, whose job it is to evaluate this, and all the different departments went through all of this. I think it took 6 months after all of the hearings, and they approved it. It was appealed because there's a small group of people that would not like this thing to happen. They're not the majority of the residents in the area. I've given each one of you a package, and I have over 200 signatures of residents in the area that are looking forward to this. I mean, we're talking about 3 major theaters in the area, half a block from a subway stop. The Lion King is one of the major productions that's coming to the area, and basically there's no place to eat in this area that you don't have to get in your car and move. And as long as you're getting in your car, you might as well just drive out of the area and go to some other place, because in that area of Hollywood, which we like to redevelop and bring back its reputation, there isn't anything. And this project, if you look at it, it's 6,000 square feet on 37,000 square feet of property. It's not, we're going to be able to sit outside, have an upscale restaurant with an adjacent theater. If you can see the group called Chamber Music and Historic Sites has chosen this venue for January 2000 to have chamber music. This is the kind of entertainment that the opposition is speaking about. It was built originally as a broadcast media church, which means it's totally soundproof, so basically you can't hear anything that comes from that particular area. This is a complete commercial district, and right now there's an existing church, and the people that are saying that they're going to be entertainment in a residential zone, first they would have to put a church in a residential zone and then add the entertainment to it. I can't believe that the whole project is taking this long because it's to benefit most of the citizens and most of the tourists that come to Hollywood so that they can have a decent, nice, upscale restaurant with good food and good service in an area that requires it. The fact that it includes a bar, I don't see any restaurants, including the new Nick and Steph's and all the restaurants that we talk about, and the bringing back of Westwood is dependent on restaurants. It would be ludicrous to try and open an upscale restaurant without having a bar area, and 25 seats in a restaurant of 200 is not what I'd call an excessive bar area. It's a small bar and waiting area that would be required if you were going to serve this kind of food.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, now, before we go on with council members speaking, I believe there are a couple of council committee meetings that are scheduled for 2 o'clock. If committee chairs would like to announce when those committees will begin within so many minutes after the council meeting adjourns, they're welcome to at this time. Councilman Padilla?
Yes, the ITGS committee will meet 15 minutes after the adjournment of council.
Councilman Fuhr?
The Budget and Finance Committee, it will display its toughness and meet 10 minutes after we're done.
Is there any
Alex,
committee
you wanna
chair
stand
that
up and
would
try to beat that?
like to announce 5 minutes? Okay. HCNR?
We're going to meet a half an hour after adjournment, because I really want to eat.
Okay, very good. All righty. Now let us go on to colleagues wishing to speak on this matter. The chair recognizes Councilman Wax.
If I could just ask if we could hear
Let Ms.
the report
Goldberg go first, because...
Okay,
from
why
the
don't we,
zoning
okay,
administrator
why don't
before
we
we
hear
start.
the report from staff before we go on to colleagues? The public hearing is closed on this item. Go right ahead, sir.
Oh, yes, sir, thank you. My name is Albert Landini. I'm the zoning administrator of record on this case before you. What there was here was an application for an expansion of an historic site containing a radio church of the air to include now the construction of a new restaurant on the C4 portion of the property, and to be able to conduct theater activities and banquet facility activities in the old church building. At the public hearing on this, there was considerable discussion about parking, off-site parking availability, and noise impacts on the residential properties to the north and to the east. Those were the primary concerns. Subsequent to the the public hearing on this, I had communiques from the Community Redevelopment Agency, who spoke in strong support of this as meeting their goals, and advising me that they had made plans to produce and construct a parking structure as part of their own redevelopment activities near the KFWB radio station. Also going to the field, there are numerous commercial parking activities, lots available for parking, and this is in very close proximity, I would estimate 500 feet from the restaurant site to the metro line. There are numerous theaters around the area, and the applicant's business plan of providing a dining facility as well as a small theater in what is emerging as a theater district in the Hollywood area seemed reasonable. The primary thrust of not providing the parking on the site is that this site is developed with what are called historical gardens, and the goal here is to preserve the church edifice as well as the surrounding gardens. To provide the required parking, which I believe could be done on site, would require the destruction of those gardens. Conditions have been prepared and are in the report that preserve those gardens for the enjoyment of the public at large. The situation here is that the zoning is in two sites. There's a C4 portion of the zoning and an R4 portion of the zoning. The alcohol sales are only being allowed in the restaurant that are being constructed on the C4 portion. The banquet facilities are being allowed over in the R4 zone, along with the theater activities. This case went on appeal to the Board of Zoning Appeals, who reviewed the conditions and upheld the action of the zoning administrator. It subsequently went to the Planned Land Use Management Committee of the Council, who also upheld the BZA action, and it's for you here today to support the zoning administrator's original determination of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, the chair would like to recognize Councilman Wax.
You know, I went by here. I did not get to go meet with the people who opposed it, and I did not go, although there was an offer to meet with the people who are proposing it, but I did go and look at the site, actually drove it and walked it. It is a great place for a restaurant. I am telling you this right now. In my opinion, that's one person's opinion, it is a great place for a restaurant. And knowing the people who by reputation, not in person, who are going to put the restaurant in. It's going to be a great restaurant because you already own one of my very favorite restaurants in the city, which is the coffee shop, or the Hollywood Hills restaurant. That's yours, isn't it, in the Best Western Motel there? Yeah, I love that place. Got to be in the top 10 restaurants in L.A., seriously. My problems were, I saw two possible things that are a problem. You have to have the ingress and the egress from Argyle. You cannot let people go in and out of this place from down on Carlos, or they're all going to start parking in those streets around there, and it's going to be a problem. And there seems like there should, is it possible to limit ingress and egress to Argyle?
Yeah, the lot fronts on Argyle,
I'm
but
just saying
there is
if-
also pedestrian access through a driveway up off of Carlos.
But I think you want to preclude pedestrian access off of Carlos. Are you going to have everybody parking their cars on Carlos and those other streets, Vista Del Mar, and there's going to be a problem? There's plenty, there's a lot of parking lots. Argyle is full. I mean, if they just parked, if they entered through Argyle and you had valet parking and they had to go down into that lot, as opposed to having the people, what I don't want to see is people at like 1 in the morning exiting out on Carlos, going to the cars. I think that's the problem.
Our office has no objection to have
It
all
would seem like
the
you could, if
entrances
you
on
could, if
Argyle.
you could limit, if you could preclude access from Carlos and only have the access on Argyle and have a valet parking requirement, I think you have a fantastic place for the restaurant. The other thing was the use of the church itself. I noticed the proposal said primarily as a performance space, and that seemed really appropriate. But the one concern when I read about private banquets is that somehow that could be misinterpreted and eventually become a private club that is a nightly club, and that would create a very different type of environment than I think you're contemplating when you're, when you tell me about the Decameron Society, the first person to get a grant for them, I love I know what they do. When you talk about other possible performance spaces and all, it could be classic, it could be fabulous. If it's going to end up, however, being basically run as a private club every night, as a nightclub, then it's going to be a very, very different thing. And so how do you assure Mr. Landini that the church, in fact, not in essence be turned into a nightclub, that in fact it be, in fact, for legitimate performances and things like that?
Well, I think the key element here is, and there is some confusion, is that there's no authorization for the service of alcoholic beverages in the church.
Okay, well, if you're not going to have a very successful nightclub if you don't have authorization for that, there will be no alcohol beverages in the church?
That's correct. The applicant never requested it. That would have required his own
all right.
variance.
If you put in the conditions that there are going to be no spirits in the church other than the spirits that are intended, and if you preclude access from Carlos and limit it to Argyle and have valet parking requirement to use the lots that are there, I think you're going to have a very fine establishment without negatively impacting the people in the back.
Well, let me ask a question on just that one issue, if I might, before we hear the next speaker. If you have a wedding reception, they can't have alcohol in the wedding reception?
Yes, there was never a request made by the applicant that I can see in the record for the sales of alcohol in the church. That would have required his own variance, and all they requested...
Can they get a one-day for special event request?
That would be between the police department and the ABC.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Wax, was that a motion in regards to the Argyle?
Well, I would move those conditions.
I don't have any problem with the, I don't have any problem with the no alcohol. If they want a one-day request for a banquet or for something like that, they can do that with the police department. It's not an ongoing permit. What were your other requests, Mr.? And entrances on Argyle, we have no objection to at all
No,
either.
exclusive entrance on Argyle.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. I don't
With
have
the
any problem
valet.
with that. The valet is, I'm not going to require, because there's 2,900 spaces within 500 feet of
I know, but one of the problems might be is the access to that parking lot on Argyle. There's a huge parking lot, and maybe you'll know better than me. There's a huge parking lot on Argyle just to the south of the site. It's a very, very large parking lot.
Yes, but we are also building at Capitol Records behind,
No, Ms. Goldberg, on the east side of Argyle, adjacent to and directly south of the site is a very large parking lot,
Right.
but it's down lower.
But just right across the street on Hollywood is several huge parking lots. There's 2,900 spaces within 500 feet of this.
Mr. Wax, is it the chair's understanding that you want both entrances and exits only off of Argyle?
Well,
I have no
yeah.
objection to that.
Yeah, and then the restaurant will have to decide for itself whether it needs a valet to take the car down to there, or the
Exactly.
people can use
Exactly.
that.
Very good.
But you have to preclude ingress and egress from
We've already
anything
agreed
other
to
than
that
Argyle.
3 times.
Okay.
Okay, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yeah, if you take a look at the report, those of you who have it, there are 26 conditions, including time and locations, trash pickup, no dancing is allowed, no pool or billiard, no coin-operated video games, trash pickup, rear doors closed. The nice thing about it is we're preserving a church that unfortunately the congregation was unable to maintain in that area. It is wired for sound. It was a broadcast facility. When the doors are closed, and there's a condition that the doors be closed, if there's music inside, that you cannot be able to hear any sound outside the building. And they can make that condition because that's how the building was built. It's a sound studio, in essence. And so there's that. Then there's another 1, 2, 3, about 5, 7 more pages of conditions on the building of the new restaurant, which include everything from landscaping to fire to street improvements to traffic to water drainage and air and noise pollution. So this is a fully conditioned item. If you've seen the picture, I think you can see that what they're going to do is to provide a place for people to come and eat after they've gone to the theater, and for people who don't go to the theater to come and eat. There is a lot of parking there now. We have in the master plan that we are developing additional parking that will be associated with across the street, a block away actually, on Vine for both Capitol and KFWB, but will include many additional parking spaces for the public that are not for either of those businesses. So I think this is a good program. I think that they've spent an enormous amount of time getting permits and hearings and having appeals. I think that you have a 4-0 vote from the zoning appeals to deny the appeal, and I would ask that we do that as well today.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Misakowski.
This was in Planning and Land Use Management Committee. We had 3 members there and voted unanimously to deny the appeal. The issue of access from the back on Carlos really never came before the Plum Committee because, in fact, no access was being provided there except for the existing 4 parking spaces. There is not going to be additional parking in the rear or accessible anywhere to this property. The intent, clearly, as Mr. Wax indicated and Ms. Goldberg indicated, there is parking adjoining the site immediately to the south. There is a CRA-approved project to build on a lot immediately across the street on Argyle. There is parking. This is immediately in the area where the Pantages Theater is and the Henry Fonda Theater. Anyone who's gone to those areas knows you find parking off of Hollywood, off of Vine, off of Argyle, off the major streets there. That's what's intended to be used here. They are not providing parking on the site. That's exactly what the variance is for, to say that because this is an entertainment area, because it's within the block of the newly opened Hollywood MTA station, it's meant to be the kind of urban area where you don't need to drive, or if you drive, you're driving and parking in the major lots on the major highways, and that's how I think the experience now occurs when we go to the existing theaters. Yes?
I realize there's not extra parking down there, but the reason you have to actually preclude access is because if not, people will avoid paying in the lots, and they'll park on the streets down there and go up through the back of the restaurant. Yeah.
I think, Mr. Wax, that they would be doing that now as they went to the Henry Fonda Theater, as they went to the Pantages Theater, and in fact, most people who go there want the convenience of the close-in parking, which are offered on the major streets as you go to those theaters. So they are not going generally behind the areas. They are going right on the major streets where the parking is accessible. But I have no problem with saying that no valet parking should be offered off of Carlos. Any valet, if offered, should be offered directly off of Argyle.
I agree to all
and
of
indicating that. The other thing, members of the council, this is a cultural historic monument in the city. The opportunity, as I think the applicant indicated, is this is a 34,000 square foot site with a very, very small church on it. It's the Little Country Church of Hollywood. This is a way of preserving. It's not only a way of preserving the church, it's a way of preserving the trees, the landscaping. For those who are interested, I have as Mr. Wax indicated, the DeCamera Society, which is the chamber music group from Mount St. Mary's, saying that they have chosen this, and there's a picture showing the lot, the grounds, the church. All that is being added is a small restaurant where the alcoholic beverage can be served, so that as you're going either to this theater for a performance or any of the other theaters in the area, you'll have a pleasant restaurant experience in a commercial zone, very near the freeway, very near the MTA station, as part of what the Hollywood Entertainment Center is meant to be, as already there, and this is going to build on it. So the committee had no hesitation but to recommend unanimously the denial of the appeal and the approval with the conditions, as Ms. Goldberg indicated, had already been imposed by the zoning administrator, indicating time, use limitations, and the kind of concerns that have been raised today. Adding to that, the preclusion of access off of the back street, Carlos, makes reasonable sense because that's what's the intent.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman Holden.
Mr. President, members, I talked to Ms. Goldberg before we started, and they said there would be no entertainment because entertainment are not allowed to start until 8 p.m. at night, which means that it can go into 2 p.m., 2 a.m. in the morning. On the deck, is the deck outside of the?
The outside area is closed at 10 on almost all the nights.
Except for Thursday through Saturday.
And then it's midnight.
Yeah, and then, but what about this?
And the noise cannot be beyond the ambient noise.
That's the church.
No.
Restaurant.
The noise in the church, you can't,
Okay,
you're
it
not
says
allowed
right-
to hear anything that's happening in the church
Restaurant
at all.
entertainment prior to 8 p.m. each day of the week is prohibited. Now, what about after 8 p.m.? And this is to ensure.
The church is from 8 to 12 on the weekends and till 10 on all other weeknights.
What about this 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.?
That's in the restaurant.
Can you have entertainment there? It doesn't preclude you from having it until 2 a.m.
At the restaurant, I think that's probably true.
Right,
I
okay.
think that's true at the restaurant, yes.
Right.
But not in the outdoor area.
Right, now, in the church, I talked to the owner, and it was
Not till the outdoor
Right,
area.
it's her understanding that they'll have her parties in the church, and they're going to intend to sell alcohol
Not in the church.
in the church.
No, it's precluded. There's no
Well,
alcohol.
I'm just telling you, they said, sir. I just talked to the lady. She said they're going to sell, they get a provision each time. They have a private party, sell the meal, and have alcohol.
For a banquet facility, yes, for a banquet.
As a banquet facility.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a banquet facility. That's what most is going to be. That's
No,
number
it's
one.
mostly a restaurant.
No, the churches, I'm talking about at the church.
yes.
At the church. That's going to be a
Yes.
banquet facility, and there's no time, they can have it 366 days out of the year if it's a leap year.
That's correct.
Right, so therefore, that becomes the way they do business.
There are examples in Los Angeles
Yeah,
where
yeah.
that's been done, yes, sir.
Yeah, all right, fine. The other thing is that, Mr. Wax, there's no provision, I mean, if I came before this council, and if I said, I want something like this in my district, you would vote no. They would all vote no. They would vote no because they say, where's the parking? Well, it's in a radius of 500 feet. That's not good enough. KFWB is across the street. It's on the west side.
Yes.
On the north side, you have all residential. On the east side, you have residential. And you at Carlos, on the west side of Carlos, you also have, and Vista Del Mar, parking just south of the church area.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
Now, is my time up?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe push my button again and you can let me finish if you like.
You can finish if you'd like.
Okay, fine. I would like to have some provision to say, why can't they contract with the person who owned the parking lot just south of it? Well, then there's no parking provision. I mean, it's a good idea, Joel has said, I've looked at it, I saw it, ideal place, ideal location. But to say I would like to have this, I would not have it in my district unless I had parking contracted. We always do that.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Holden.
May I respond to that?
Yes, sir.
That was a concern of mine also, Mr. Holden, about having secured parking on a permanent basis from the parking lot to the south. And in fact, I held the record open to allow the applicant to contact the parking. The reason that they didn't go forward is that they're unsure about the success of the restaurant at this time, and the parking lot didn't want to commit a number of spaces and lock them up on a fixed fee, and the restaurant operator did not want to commit funds for a lease for a restaurant not yet tried. But there were letters to the file about the numbers.
Thank you, sir.
That was the gamble on this.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. This particular matter may have already been addressed, but one of the speakers talked about a liquor license being in a residential neighborhood. And I'd like to have that clarified. Is it true? Is it not true? Or what's to prevent it from being true?
Yes, ma'am. The church portion, the property is if you go to the site, it looks like one very large lot, but it really consists of two separate legal lots. One of the lots, the westerlymost, is a commercially zoned lot in which the restaurant is proposed to be located, and there the liquor license has been approved. The other one, the easterly lot, is a residentially zoned property, and that's where the church is located, and there is no liquor license through the conditional use process approved there. What the applicant has stated to Ms. Goldberg, and Ms. Goldberg has reported here today, is that the church, or the restaurant operator's intention is that when they do use the church for a banquet facility, to secure a one-day permit from ABC for the sale of alcohol out of that church. But
So the church is only going to be used intermittently as a banquet facility?
As a banquet facility,
No
yes.
other uses?
It's not intended to be a restaurant or to be a nightclub. It's intended to have a small theater venue as well as to have banquet facilities as they can so lease it.
A small theater venue without alcohol?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman Wax for a second time.
Just was I'm satisfied with everything. I just was clarifying, and I had the discussion with Ms. Misikowski. The issue of ingress and egress on Argyle only means that there will be no access on Carlos, not only for cars, but for pedestrians. You just don't want the people parking on all the single-family homes walking into the restaurant from down below. You want them to enter in from Argyle and preclude the temptation of having to park on the single-family homes back in Vista Del Mar and all. So it's only access into the property by people walking in and out will be on Argyle.
Yes, Mr. Savornage, with your permission, sir.
Yeah.
That also was discussed at the public hearing, and the argument was made by the applicant that what they're trying to do is to maximize the preservation of those existing gardens.
No,
what they didn't.
I'm saying people can walk in and out from
Yes,
Argyle.
I understand, sir, and
But
they,
I don't want them walking in and out from down below.
I just wanted, if I may, sir,
Yeah.
just give you this piece of information, which is that the reasoning behind their pedestrian flow plan, which shows pedestrian access to the church off of Carlos, was to keep as much foot traffic as possible from going through the
But
gardens off of
that's
Argyle.
a bigger, if you have pedestrian access from Carlos, you're going to have everybody trying to avoid paying in parking lots and parking down on the street in single-family neighborhoods at night. That is human nature, and they'll do that. And you want to avoid that impact on all those people, so you just have them walk in from Argyle, and there's plenty of parking on Argyle, and there's plenty of lots there and park, and it won't, so I really think you need to limit the flow of people from Argyle and not from below, or you will clearly have everybody finding a way to avoid parking there and going around those streets, and then they'll be leaving at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock at night. Yeah. So that's, Mr. Landini, I want you to be clear that that's
Yes.
what it is in.
Then what I would just like to, if I can say out loud here to the applicant and the audience, that what I will need to see from them is a new pedestrian access plan to replace their old site plan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Wax. Chair recognizes Councilman Holden for a second time.
Yeah, at the beginning of last week or whenever it was, I said I was not going to vote for the sell liquor in the church, but I guess they're just going to give it away. They're not going to sell it over there. They're going to have it for a banquet room or something. But I would say to you that you can't have everything. You can't have access from the back and from the front. I drove the area, and just in all fairness, Ms. Goldberg, to take a look at it so I can rethink what I was thinking. That is, there is access at the back. Mr. Wax is correct. I think in order to prevent people from coming in from the back, you have to have maybe one of those gates, remote control opening, automatic opening and closing of the gate, so that they cannot be even attempted to use it to climb a high fence there in that area. There's complete access right now in Carlos and Vista Del Mar. That's where the church, you can go in the back of the church that way, you can have access. The owners, you just can't have it both ways. You do understand that, don't you? She never asked for access from the back anyway, she said. So therefore, you just close it down. Okay? Well, they won't be parking there. You got to deliver it from the front. It'd be kind of awkward to do it that way, I think. Yeah, I understand. So I'm trying to help you a little bit. So in any case, we should have a remote control gate there if you want to do. You want to do that? All right, they'll do that. They'll work that out with you. Access control, access plan. They'll work that out with you. And they're not selling your liquor in the church. Fine, they get with your meal. I just want to be consistent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holden. Seeing no further speakers of the council, this item is now before us, which is to deny the appeal and sustain the zoning administrator's decision on the grant conditional use, subject to conditions, also conditions that were proposed by Mr. Wax and agreed to by Councilwoman Goldberg. Colleagues, open the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That item is approved. Okay. Forthwith on that item. Next item, we're going to take item number 44, and then we are going to proceed with the rest of the agenda. Item number 44 is next. Mr. Hernandez?
Mr. President, I think I called this item special. Is there anybody from staff here, Mr. Deaton? Maybe you could step up to the table. Because, you know, and I want to fight as hard for my district as everybody else fights for theirs. How come there's no funding for the inner city to succeed? I mean, where's the study? Are these studies going to be one-sided?
You mean the inner city reorganization?
Yeah, and when I'm asking the question, I'm honestly beginning to think we need to become 35 cities, not 2. And that would give us populations of about 100,000. But could you explain to us exactly what we're doing and what the money's going to be used and what your recommendation is on this item?
Well, the money is going to be used, the state has put forth monies, about $1.8 million for the valley and $300,000 or $400,000 for the harbor studies that the need of which have resulted from both those areas applying for LAFCO under the new state law providing for secession or reorganization under state law. Both LAFCO has asked both the County of Los Angeles and the City of Los Angeles to contribute roughly 10% or so of that money, that the state, an additional amount, 10% for the state and for of the state amount for both the county and the city. What you have before you is an amount that represents 10% for both the harbor area and for the San Fernando Valley area. And it has one caveat: the city's quote-unquote item 3C, the city's voluntary contribution of $265,000 shall be used exclusively for the review and analysis of data, but shall not be used to develop specific proposals to break up the city of Los Angeles into separate cities comprised of the San Fernando Valley and the harbor. In other words, there is
so that could help the inner city.
You mean their secession or their...
No, in terms of the data.
The data.
Making sure that it's a fair, objective process.
You asked what my recommendation was, and the president of the council asked me to make one comment during the discussions, not this last year when the year in which the bill was passed, but the prior year when it was a Paula Bolin bill. the then pro tem of the Senate offered to the authors of that bill that the state would pay for the entire study. And the bill that was before them would be exactly the same as is now current law. And the proponents of the bill and the proponents from passed on that the state would pay for the entire bill, and hence Mr. Ferraro doesn't think much of this proposal. However, to the extent that there is, from my own viewpoint, is that to the extent that there is a study, and there needs to, I think, need to be a study, the objectivity and the accuracy of the data, I think, can only serve all the community in the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Chair recognizes Mr. Fuhrer.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I've stated frequently, I oppose secession, but I want to urge support for the Budget and Finance Committee report that's before us. From the outset of the secession exercise, I have felt that it is important that the study be conducted, and that the study be on a pro rata basis funded in part by the city. And what is before us in the Budget and Finance Committee report reflects that. There's an allocation of funds for each of the two areas. And as Mr. Deaton points out, in committee, and this is really the difference between the secession committee's report and the Budget and Finance report, we did add this important caveat that the city's funding be used for the purpose of analyzing the data, which is, I think, very appropriate for us to fund, and we should be receiving that information, but not used to actually fund proposals on precisely how the city should be broken up. I think that's a reasonable approach to this. It recognizes the importance of a study. It recognizes the importance of getting good, hard facts, and that they be analyzed with great care. Ideally, those facts benefit all of us in our districts by the time the study is all said and done. But the City of Los Angeles taxpayers won't be in the position of funding the breakup proposal in itself. We are not collectively proponents of that. We are in the process of analyzing the data. So I urge that we adopt the Budget and Finance Committee report, provide city funding, let the study proceed, and let the data show what it will.
Thank you, Mr. Fuhrer. The chair recognizes Mr. Holden.
I join with Mr. Hernandez in voting against this appropriation for whatever they call the city's share towards secession. I think it's going to be a waste of the taxpayers' money in the long run. The interest in that regard is substantially diminished. You hear very little talk or even concern about separation, secession, and so therefore it's going to be like throwing good money after bad. I don't think there's going to be the votes for it. The interest is not for it. And when those communities learn how much they have to pay for additional services, or how much services they will lose by not being associated with this inner city, they're going to give up on the idea. So I'm not in favor of spending the money knowing that that's the case. I think they know it's the case right now. They have better judgment than we, and so I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Chick.
Just a clarification on the kind of information that we are gathering and LAFCO is looking at. Besides the issue of revenue neutrality, am I correct in thinking that it's also going to be information about delivery of services and division of services, and even things like answering a question I'm still waiting to have answered: how does street maintenance decide which streets are being done?
Well, I think that the information that I believe has to be gathered in order to make a rational decision has to be on what services are provided and how much they cost. And that's how you get at a revenue neutrality issue, is you have to compare your expenditures in a given area vis-a-vis another, and then how much revenue is generated in those two areas to make a determination of whether or not it's revenue neutral. So you need to know by a specified geographic area the amount of property tax, sales tax, vehicle license fee, etc., on the revenue side, and then slash how much it costs and how you approach the delivery of police services, fire services, libraries, etc. In some of those cases, they are less complicated than others. If you have a library and you have a certain collection and a certain staffing pattern that's pretty standard across the city, that will not be complicated. Per the recent discussions in the press, et cetera, the staffing of police obviously can change depending on deployment patterns, and that will be a more complex issue.
And mysterious formulas, but yeah.
Deployment, in any event, does change, and under this charter and the new charter is under the purview of the chief of police. Anyway, notwithstanding, it does change, and there are other services like that are not as much fixed post positions, if you will. Fire services are probably less that way. In the police department, not only do you have division numbers that change, but you also have special task force, et cetera. So that will be much more complicated on a service situation than the other.
Just very quickly, the thought behind the question on my part is that I think there's a certain amount of this information that can be very beneficial to all of us to learn and see, and whether it moves the San Fernando Valley or the harbor area towards attempting to become a separate city or not, I'm hopeful that the information can also be used to self-improve and find more efficient ways, efficiencies, or just to learn more to see if there's improvements that can be made in the city as we exist right now. At any rate, I'm in favor.
Thank you, Mrs. Schick. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Miskowski.
Thank you. As chair of the Ad hoc Committee on Secession, we had recommended this. I think I have no problem and support the Budget and Finance Committee recommendation, which took our recommendation and even went further with some important caveats. One is making sure that LAFCO, which always determines its formula on how much we're paying, doesn't presume that this one-time payment is now a formula for future payment. That's in the Budget and Finance Committee report. I think it's important. I also think that, as Ms. Chick indicated, and others who have spoken, that the payment of money to LAFCO is going to be important as they go out with, as they already have for their RFP, for their consultant who's going to start analyzing this. And as they analyze it and we help provide them data, we ourselves will be able to analyze it and look at some of the questions beyond which LAFCO might be looking. LAFCO may be looking at just that revenue neutrality issue. We, as members of the council serving different areas, are going to be looking at those issues like deployment formula, like formulation in terms of areas of services being provided and how that is conducted. So this is going to be useful information for ourselves in the conduct of our future business, as well as in LAFCO as a whole, as to where and how areas utilize services and where services are performed. So I think that the recommendation in general is supportive. It's obviously been already allocated at the state level and the county level, and this is recommended by both city committees that looked at it, and I am happy to second the Budget and Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Seeing no further discussion by colleagues, we do have this item on number 44 before us. Madam Clerk, would you open the roll, tabulate the vote?
10 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that'll be the order. That item is approved forthwith. Next up,
Item number 25, called special by Councilmember Chick.
item number 25 is before us.
And I'd like the department to come forward. I have a couple of questions. Certainly, I understand the rationale behind this ordinance, which passed, if not unanimously, with a majority of city council members supporting it, as a way to move towards preventing pet overpopulation, something the city has a very serious problem with. But I remember, Mr. Knapp, in budget discussions, that we were talking about the fact that the department needed a lot of staff, shelter staff, special task forces to go out in the communities in terms of getting control of the packs of loose wild dogs. And so I would like to hear from you. One, have we passed the ordinance yet, adopted it? Two, if not, why are we going forward with hiring the staff? And then most importantly, what are we doing in terms of the wild dog pack issue? And colleagues, I would think many of you saw the LA Times article over the weekend that predominantly focuses on the county but does talk about the city, and says the fight to rid Los Angeles of stray dogs has taken on aspects of a war in some neighborhoods, and with good reason. In recent years, the estimated number of loose dogs in the county has swelled to nearly 45,000, and the attendant problems have risen just as dramatically. It also talks about how animal control agencies lack the resources and personnel to eliminate the problems. They are fighting back with new methods, and they say more determination. The county in the last 2 years has developed special squads to reduce the number of dogs roaming the streets. So before I can support moving forward on what's before us today, to me, this is the number one priority issue to public safety, the symptoms which have gotten so bad. And I care about preventative, but I want to know what we're doing about the symptoms.
Mr. Knapp, before you begin, I would like to request that item number 87 go forthwith to the mayor for signature. Mr. Knapp, go right ahead on this item.
Thank you, Councilmember Chick. I think these are excellent questions. Historically, I remember public safety's discussion during the last budget period when Councilmember Fuhrer basically said to me, asked me the question, how many officers do you believe you can absorb this year if we were to give you extra officers? And we spoke to 12, and we were very grateful to receive 12 in the budget. And then he asked the question, beyond that, what can we do to stop the problem, to start aiming at the cause, at the base of the fire, so to speak? And the response was these 5 particular officers to enforce a spay-neuter ordinance. And then that moved on, as you have shared. Currently, the LA Municipal Code does have a law that requires individuals who breed to sell to pay $50 tax for the privilege of doing so. Because we've been so critically understaffed, we have not been able to enforce that. During the public hearings, we've had 7 public hearings on the proposed ordinance. We believe it'll move forward to council roughly in February. It was shared by some individuals that they did not comply with the current law, were knowledgeable of the current law, chose not to comply, and they would not comply with the new law, which concerned the department. The 5 officers, I'm leading to that, giving you a little bit of background, and I'll answer that very directly. The 5 officers would not only enforce the current ordinance, but they would be available to enforce any proposed ordinance that's accepted by council. It would begin to address the cause now. Now let me make one more point and then get very directly to the enforcement and the symptom. If the officers were approved today by council, we could have them fully equipped and fully trained and out on the streets in May enforcing the current ordinance and beginning to deal with the cause, to affect the cause that's caused this stray dog problem. If not accepted by council today, we will not have these, and if these officers are passed along with any proposed ordinance, we would have them fully equipped, trained, and out on the streets January 2001. That's the great delay that this would cause. Now, answering your question directly about enforcement, we received 12 officers. 6 of those were for basic field response. 6 of them were for SEU. In January, we'll have 2 teams of SEU on the street, special enforcement officers, rounding up these particular dogs. Now, we face a challenge that the county does not face. We are overwhelmed with dogs in our kennels. SEU has done a good job to the point that we are so crowded that our animals are at serious risk. So we are looking at the impact of SEU in the next 6 months, balancing it with the effect of new quarantine procedures, SB 1785, and the fact that SEU is doing a good job in crowding our shelters. In fact, this morning I heard that in our South Los Angeles shelter, due to SEU's effect and also new quarantine procedures, we had 10 dogs in a kennel. That is unacceptable. And that's something that the department's going to have to speak to, probably by euthanizing adoptable animals. So we will become only holding facilities for stray dogs. So SEU is being effective. One of the things that we're going to be taking a look at is what we call containment, not just caught, but containment. We can identify owners in the field who are allowing their dogs to run stray, cite them. We have a zero tolerance policy right now, cite them and get the dogs off the streets. So that's something we're also working on. So in summary, council member, as we discussed, if you have a fire, you can send firemen in to fight the fire. But one of the other priorities that they do immediately is to draw a fire line, to dig that fire line so it doesn't spread. So we're balancing dealing with the cause now so that the stray problem won't get worse. At least we can start to stabilize it or diminish it, rather than doing nothing at aiming at the cause and allowing it to grow and grow and grow. So all we have to do is, or all we can do is deal with the symptoms and increase our budget year after year after year, which is unacceptable as well. Right, we're doing both at the same time, which I think makes good sense.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Councilman Fuhr.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have before us the Public Safety Committee report, which I support, but I just want to note for colleagues, in the ad hoc committee in the budget process, we not only discussed the personnel whose positions are promoted through item 25, the report of the Safety Committee, but we also discussed equipment, in particular vehicles for these officers. This item is coming to us at a point in the year when the funding source for those vehicles, MICLA, has already been put to bed. So I wanted to ask Mr. Knapp, what is the plan for providing these officers with the vehicles that they will need to actually perform the work we're assigning them pursuant to this action?
I was surprised as well, Council Member, that the vehicles weren't included in this particular motion. So I talked with the CAO's office as early as this morning. They are looking at that funding and feel fairly confident that they can find that funding so that we can order those vehicles to match the same time frame as hiring these officers.
Well, colleagues, at a minimum, I think we should both pass this item, but move to the Budget Committee a discussion of the funding sources for the vehicles that will make these positions effective. And I think we'll not need to have the CAO report that to us at our next available meeting, because these officers will not be effective without the way to get from here to there, right?
You're right.
Without objection, that'll be the order,
yeah,
Mr. Fuhr.
very well.
Okay, chair recognizes Councilwoman Misikowski.
I have in front of me, and I got it off of the file, although it's not shown on the agenda, as the ad hoc committee on the city budget report on this matter. Right. And it goes with the same items 1 and 2 as our representative on public safety. And the third item on this is instruct the city administrative officer to place $220,000 for 5 animal collection vehicles in the report on the 99-2000 MICLA report. So I wonder if it's appropriate to just amend this report today to add that, so that it doesn't need to come back to budget, but it instructs the...
Cindy, I think the only problem is that the MICLA package is finished without these cars in it, as far as I know. And so there'll have to be some other way to fund the cars, because for some reason, as we both are noting, these signals got crossed in the process against the council.
Okay, well, let's have the report back then to Budget and Finance. You indicated it may be that the CAO was able to include it, but let's find that out.
Perhaps, okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I do have some speakers cards on this item. We do have Mary de Blasi, followed by Charles Ober. You can just line right up behind Ms. de Blasi if you would like. Virginia King, Sharon Pierce. Come forward, folks. You're welcome to just line up right behind the podium. Race Certified. Nancy, is it Megalia or Megalian? Mandy Woolridge. Linda Montgomery, Florence Blecher, or Blecker, George Eigenhauser, Larry Hill, and Valerie, I don't know if this is Codas. Go right ahead, folks, and what I would like to do, if you could please make it brief, because we need to get on to other business, but go right ahead. And state your name for the record as you begin speaking.
Commissioners, my name is Mary de Blasi. I'm the legislative advocate both for the city and the county of Los Angeles and in the state of California for the California Federation of Dog Clubs and the Coalition of Responsible Pet Owners. I want to make one statement first. Senate Bill 1785, or formerly known as the Hayden Bill, does not impact the city of Los Angeles, since Los Angeles did not have a contract for outside services as January 1999. In coming before you, I am very torn at having to oppose the approval of these additional animal control officers. If we are to believe the numbers of those loose dogs on the street of our city, as City Manager Dan Knapp states, to be in the neighborhood of 45,000, and the Special Task Force to date in this calendar year has collected approximately 1,500 of those loose dogs, we still have in excess of 43,000 loose dogs on our streets, threatening the public safety and health of your constituents and their children. To ask for 5 additional animal control officers to broaden the scope and the power of this special task force in ridding our streets of these dogs is admirable, and it is admirable that the City Council honor that request. What is not admirable is the request by the city manager conveyed to you in the report to the ad hoc committee on city budget that these officers be initially directed against violators of this city's 22-year-old breeder's permit that has never been enforced. Commissioners, this city is in the midst of a public health and safety crisis. Fining one of your constituents $100 because she or he has a litter of puppies or kittens in their home does nothing to address this public health and safety problem.
Thank you, ma'am. May I have the next speaker? Go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Hill, and I represent the Dog Training Association in the South Central Los Angeles area, K9 Thrills. I'd like to address the fact that I personally believe that the officers that they're hiring for the animal control problem, being that the problem exists in the street, I don't think that the officers are being assigned fairly to where they should be assigned to. I also don't believe that anyone right now is enforcing the existing laws. The problem exists in the street, okay? The problem exists with the dogs running the street, and where the officers should be assigned, they should be assigned in the area where the problem basically exists, okay, in the South Central Los Angeles area, where the dogs are being cut loose by irresponsible owners. And I don't think that that the proposal that is being put forward is going to take care of the problem. I'm a little bit nervous right now, so my thoughts are kind of jumbled up. But the basic thing that I want to get across to the council is that they need to talk to the people or get folks out there where the problems are and have them address the problem rather than trying to sell it amongst themselves.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, if you could state your name, sir, for the record.
My name's George Eichenhauser. I'm the Regional Director for the Cat Fanciers Association, which is the world's largest registry of pedigreed cats. The Board of Animal Regulation Commissioners has worked long and hard on their pet overpopulation proposal ever since it came up last July. There have been 7 public hearings looking for solutions to the problems of stray cats and dogs on the streets of Los Angeles. Originally, when the hearings began, the situation was so polarized the two sides couldn't even speak to each other. You have the animal lovers and the breeders on one side, you have the animal rights people and the Department of Animal Regulation on the other side, with no common ground at all. Over the course of 7 hearings, we began to find common ground. Some of that common ground includes community outreach programs like the Ithaca program from Ithaca, New York, where they've reached out into low-income neighborhoods with spay and neuter programs to deal with the source of the problem rather than pointing the finger of blame. We came up with solutions like the Save Our Strays Tour, which is a national tour being sponsored by the Cat Fanciers Association nationally and with the LA Department of Animal Regulation as the local host, in which a mobile spay-neuter van is being brought to 38 cities. It will be in Los Angeles on December 6th, demonstrating the ability to reach out to the community to deal with the problem at the source with spay-neuter. We've discussed issues like finding transportation from low-income neighborhoods where there may not be available veterinary services to be able to spay and neuter. Over the course of discussion on this ordinance, it has completely changed direction, color, and flavor. Now we're going back to square one. And we're saying, blame the breeders. They're the problem. The problem is, if you're going to have 100 contacts a week and 50 criminal actions filed a week, you're not going to be able to get the guy that let his dog run loose and it got pregnant. The guy giving away puppies down at the local grocery store, you find him only because you stumble over him. If the department is going to enforce this ordinance and enforce it vigorously and at the level they want to, the only way to do that is to go after the responsible breeders, to go after the people with the purebred cats and the purebred dogs who are going to the cat shows and are going to the dog shows and are therefore easy targets. The real problem, the people with pit bulls in the heart of South Central, guarding their drug deals, Those people, the department's not going to go after. They're going to go after the people that are easy marks and easy targets. We've been working for months to develop a sense of cooperation and put together a pet overpopulation proposal that reaches to the source, but brings the two communities together to work together. This is a huge step backwards and is going to destroy much of the work that's been done to date. I urge you not to create a new army of breeder hunters solely to hunt down breeders, but work on dealing with the problem by cooperation.
Thank you, sir. May I have the next speaker? Could state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Charles Ober.
Thank you, sir.
I'm a business owner in the San Fernando Valley and a 30-year resident of the San Fernando Valley. I am opposed to this misguided funding of the 5 animal control officer positions since Animal Services General Manager Dan Knapp has stated publicly that they will be used to go after dog and cat breeders and will spend their full time scanning newspaper ads and cruising pet shops looking for breeders, despite the fact that the needs of the residents of Los Angeles are being ignored. How can you have ACOs reading the LA Times when packs of dogs are roaming the streets of Los Angeles? How can you have ACOs checking out the puppies in pet shops when calls for help from residents of East Valley, Boyle Heights, and South Central go ignored? The proposed use of these officers for an ineffective program against an imaginary enemy is an outrageous use of taxpayers' money. I recommend you withhold the funding for these positions until you know exactly what the ordinance will look like. If you insist on funding these positions, direct the Department of Animal Services to put these people on the streets and remove the 44,000 stray dogs from the streets of Los Angeles. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. May I have the next speaker please state your name for the record?
Sharon Pierce.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please vote no on this breeder hunter bill. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a breeder of anything. I am an angry resident, voter, and taxpayer in the city of Los Angeles. This breeder hunter bill and the pet overpopulation bill coming soon will do nothing to eliminate the problem of owned, abandoned, and stray dogs roaming the city streets and breeding. In every one of the 7 hearings just concluded, your constituents repeatedly complained about these roaming dogs and further complained that the Department of Animal Regulation did not answer their calls for help. Those dogs are on the streets because of irresponsible pet owners. No breeder hunter will get them off the streets. No anti-breeding ordinance will stop those dogs from breeding all by themselves. In those 7 hearings, your constituents took their time to make valuable recommendations, which will result in the drastic reduction of the real problem. Every city or county that has adopted the plans now being proposed to you has experienced increase in the dogs roaming the streets and entering the shelters. Please vote no on this breeder hunter proposal. You need to activate programs that are proving successful elsewhere. Don't insult your taxpayers by blatantly wasting their money.
Thank you, ma'am. And the next speaker, if you please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Florence Blecker. Some of you know me from planning issues. I'm president of the Cahuenga Pass Property Owners Association, but I'm here today as an animal lover. The most important thing that you should know about this proposal is that the plurality of the animal regulation commissioners do not support it. So the commission that is in charge of this department does not support this specific request. We have gone through 7 hearings. The ordinance is being revised. At the very least, we request that you table this recommendation until you know what you're going to be enforcing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mandy Wooldridge. Statistics show owned cats are typically altered. The MSPCA shows 87 as altered. The Las Vegas study from the KSU found 86%. Tufts University, 91.5%. Santa Clara County, 86%. 67% of all owned dogs are altered. Offering spay-neuter vouchers and incentives for bringing in cats for spay-neutering is strongly recommended and an immediate issuance of vouchers for the stray and loosely owned neighborhood cats to be taken in for free aldering. The sooner the program begins, the sooner the reduction in shelter costs will occur. 86% of owned cats in Santa Clara County are altered. From San Diego, we know 97 of stray cats were not altered. There is no doubt which cat population is causing the huge number of cat euthanasias at the shelters. You must establish mobile spay neuter clinics, adopt a renter landlord adoption incentive program such as was established by the San Francisco SPCA. You need to educate in your schools and your churches. You must use your money wisely, and for that which it is useful, and for that which can problem solve. Hiring breeder hunters is not your answer. The dog catchers should catch the dogs, not the breeders.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Virginia King, and I'm very much against the funding of these 5 officers. I've attended all but one of the meetings that were held. I listened to people talk about packs of stray animals roaming in areas where they walk their children to school, armed with a club for their protection. They said they had called animal control to remove these animals, to no avail. Another lady who was pregnant liked to walk in her neighborhood, but packs of dogs made it impossible for her to do this. Again, animal control had been called numerous times, but failed to respond. The problem of overpopulation is enormous, and it's real. And it is caused by irresponsible pet owners, people who fail to spay or neuter their pets and open the door to let them run to breed at will. The solution is spaying and neutering facilities, education of the people in proper pet ownership, and enforcement of the current laws on the books. Stopping every dog or cat breeder in Los Angeles will take not one dog or cat off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Linda Montgomery, and I am opposed to the funding of the 5 animal control officer positions designated for the enforcement of the undefined pet overpopulation ordinance. Since they are destined to be used as breeder hunters in the Department of Animal Services' misguided use of the city's money, it is a classic example of a city department that has lost direction, focus, and is out of control. Did you know that the department is in violation of both state and city regulations? Did you know that the state of California at one point considered suing the city of Los Angeles to enforce the state's health and public safety regulations that the Los Angeles Department of Animal Services is ignoring? The Department of Animal Services is 2 years in arrears of filing the annual Rabies Control Activities Report. The last one the department has filed with the state is for the year 1996. They are in violation of the California Health Codes, Title 17, California Code of Regulations, 2606.4, Section 4, which reads, regarding the AVID microchip identification system, city ordinances now mandate that the department shall microchip all animals leaving the city shelters. Since the creation of this ordinance and the funding provided by this council in July of 1998, no dogs and cats have been microchipped by the department. After it was disclosed at least one of the recent public hearings that the department had allowed the microchips to sit on their shelves for over 14 months and then return them to AVID. The department then requested AVID to again send the chips to Animal Services. Following this request, the Department of Animal Services initiated a new contract with AVID, ignoring new published veterinary protocols requiring the use of anesthesias to place the chips deeper because of chip migration. The need for anesthesias increased the cost of microchipping by threefold and renders the city's use of the AVID chips to a state of uselessness. This department has lost its sense of purpose. It has gone from a department dedicated to preventing our pet population and servicing the needs of the citizens of Los Angeles to a ship floundering in a sea of animal rights issues.
Thank you, ma'am. May I have our next speaker?
Hi, I'm Nancy Magellan. I was born at Daniel Freeman Hospital. I'm a native of Los Angeles. I've never lived one day of my life outside of Los Angeles County, and I'm a real rarity because I love LA. But this is a real disappointment. I'm just wondering one thing. What are you guys going to do the next time a mom shows up and says, what are you doing about the dogs in my neighborhood? My kids being terrorized. You're going to say, not to worry, we've hired 5 people, they're hunting breeders, and when we get all those nasty people, your problem's going to be solved? I don't think so. The problem is the dogs on the streets. That's the public health issue for you. It's a public health issue for everyone. We all agree it has to be solved. The only way to solve it is to go pick the dogs up and take them off the street. Hire as many people as you can to do just that, and I think you'll get the support of everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And may I have our last speaker?
Hello, I'm Valerie Cotis, and I'd like to make the comment on why I'm against the funding for these 6 officers' positions, and that's mainly because Mr. Kapp had mentioned the need to go after the cause. And I disagree with him on his definition of who the cause is. And the breeders of pedigree dog and cats are not the cause of our unwanted pet population. It is the regular person that does not understand about responsible pet ownership. And going after the breeders, you're just going to wind up losing a valuable source of people who educate the public about responsible pet ownership. With our cat shows, and also with other community outreach programs that our individual pedigree breeders belong to, we go into the schools and we encourage spade and neutering. So you're going to be losing us. So I ask that you vote against this ordinance until you write a bill that specifically address about the citizens that may not know what is real responsible pet ownership. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We now have item number 25 before us. Madam Clerk, I believe we do have both a Public Safety Committee report and an ad hoc budget report on file here. Okay, do they concur or do the recommendations differ?
They can,
Can we have a microphone for the councilwoman, please?
3, which is instructing the CAO to include $220,000 in MICLA. We've asked that that go back to Budget and Finance just to make sure if it's been too late and we need to find other alternatives.
Okay, so we do have item number 25 before us, except for the one item, which is going back to committee. Colleagues, we're going to prepare the vote on item number 25. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That item is approved. Next item, I believe, is item number 71. Item number 71 was called special by Mrs. Chick. Mrs. Chick, I do believe that your questions have been answered on item number 71.
They weren't questions. It's in the interest of time and energy and the exhaustion I know everyone is feeling.
God bless
But I
you,
look
Mrs.
for a
Chick.
unanimous vote to send a strong message to the PUC that we're really getting tired of their ignoring directions from the governor, the legislature, and everyone else to stop trying to split up the city with new area codes.
I'll take care of that next December, Mrs. Chick.
Thank you.
Do
Look to
we
that
have
kind of
anybody else?
support from our legislators,
Thank you, Mrs.
Assemblyman.
Chick. Do we have any other speakers on item number 71? Seeing none, would you open the roll on item number 71? Timeout. Item number 71 is the area code split, Mr. Wax. Okay. Prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That item is approved. Last item.
Item 75, called special by Councilmember Fuhr.
Yes.
You ready
Sure.
to move?
I want to say the most patient person in the city has been Bill Fujioka. Bill, you want to come to the center for a second? Listen, the reason that we're discussing this, and given the time, it's going to be much more brief than originally we thought.
Believe me.
Yes. There's a chart that's been distributed to each of you. The importance of this chart is it discusses a snapshot of where we are right now in terms of our reserves and our potential expenses. I wanted to bring this to everybody's attention, not because the sky is falling. A lot of these numbers are going to change in the course of the year. But I think it's important for our colleagues to all see what the Budget and Finance Committee sees. I can't tell yet whether the chart that's before us, which reveals the possibility for some real financial problems, is as it is because we've asked for information much earlier than usual and things always shake out by the end of the year, or because there are some real structural issues in the city right now. But let me quickly summarize what the chart shows. We have department deficits that have been reported to us of $25 million. the total amount of money that we have in all our reserves that isn't already specifically targeted to general fund money expenditures is almost $42 million. The net of those two figures is $16.5 million. In addition, there are almost $54 million of potential other problems. Obviously, that number exceeds by almost 4 times what the available funds would be after we fund the existing department deficits. I want to call to our colleagues' attention that in that, if you look at the graph, the yellow area, which is that other potential problems of $54 million, that, oh, okay, I'll share, but some of those potential problems are unlikely to come to fruition. For example, one of those problems, it potentially is that we don't get our tobacco money this year. The city, and that's $14 million. The city attorney has said it is likely we will get that this year, but it's not a certainty. Other of the funding in that category, the other issues, are quite likely to remain problems for the balance of the year. I should point out that in this graph, in terms of liabilities, there's no account taken of legal liability related to, say, Rampart. And we've already seen the collateral damage of Rampart. There was one police case that where a jury came in about a week and a half ago on a matter where the city council had rejected the amount of money that the plaintiffs had sought in settlement. I forget how much it was a couple or $300,000. The jury came in with almost $900,000 of liability in a case where the department went to the wrong door and briefly detained the occupants of that door. That clearly is a result of the shrapnel arising from the Rampart issue. That is not even taken into account in these charts. Bottom line to all this, there's a reason why in the Budget Committee, at least till the mid-year budget adjustments, we have been extremely reluctant to fund anything that isn't already specified to be funded in this year. And the reason boils down to what these charts reveal. Even if these charts don't ultimately turn out to be as problematic as they look, and I think they won't, there's still going to be some very important issues to contend with in the course of the year, and I wanted us all to have the same context that Cindy, Rita, and I do. Okay? So, Bill, I don't know what you want to elaborate on in that, but I think it's important for our colleagues to see this and to have some sense of what could happen if worst cases come to pass, and even if things we're expecting come to pass.
In the interest of time, my comments are going to be extremely brief. We've been asked by the Budget and Finance Committee to prepare a monthly financial status report. The information before you reflects what we feel is the city's financial status as of September. But I need to emphasize that September is extremely early in the fiscal year. And because of that, although we're very hopeful that we'll be able to resolve these issues, it's difficult for us to give you definitive information at this time. For example, with respect to revenue, we feel we're going to hit the revenue targets identified in this year's budget. And in fact, on a positive note, we're seeing an increase of at least $1 million a year in vehicle license fees, which is higher than what we targeted or what we expected, and what was factored into this year's budget. On the other hand, in a couple of other categories, we're not hitting our budget plan or the revenue target for those particular categories, but it's early still. We need to wait a couple of more months when we have a longer period of time to look at expenditure patterns, to look at tax receipts, to look at from business tax and sales tax, and to wait for the property tax information to come in from the county. So it is early. I'm confident that we'll be able to handle these issues, but I would emphasize that through your respective committees, because I know that our chair of Budget and Finance will be asking departments to come to Budget and Finance to address at least their share of the, at least what's been identified as potential problems. The chair mentioned, Councilman Fuhr mentioned, that some of these problems are what I would characterize as soft problems right now. But I feel it's our responsibility to identify even those problems that in the broadest sense are characterized as potential problems, so that they're on the horizon, we track them, we ensure that staff are are addressing them and taking the proper due diligence to ensure that these matters don't move from potential to real problems. I think that's very, very important. With that, I think I'll end my comments. It's early, although I too don't want to say that the sky is falling. I think we need to exercise proper due diligence to ensure that we address these problems on an ongoing basis. And restraint, so that as new requests come to this council that ask for appropriations from our reserve fund, that they're reviewed very, very carefully.
Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. Thank you, Mr. Fuhr. I believe the action on this item is to note and file the September financial report from the CAO, and without objection, that will be the order. I believe the next item of business is public comment.
Yes, Mr.
I have
President.
one card, Mr. Larry Ross.
Yeah.
My name is Larry Ross. Since 1990, the LA City Council members have been informed of the abuses and violations being levied against my family and I. The abuses and violations have taken the form of interferences with the family relationships, especially that that exist amongst mother and sons, father and sons, brothers, sisters, husband and wife, etc., etc. Interferences with the practice of religious worship, interferences with the religious practice of prayers, interferences with the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. I have been denied medical, legal, and law enforcement and housing assistance, copyright infringements, patent rights infringements, libel, slander, character assassination, intrusions into the thoughts and the physical seclusions of mind, censorships, oppressions, false imprisonments and false arrests, outright thefts, which have constantly and continuously brought before the attention of this city council body. Our place in life and health endangerment environments such as MDC, White Memorial Hospital, FMC of Rochester, Minnesota, Oklahoma City, and the county jail. Furthermore, interferences and the intentional and continuous efforts to cause disfigurements and permanent damages, the government sanctioned the spying and the dissemination of defamatory materials and or lies and against me. The government sanctioned the infringements or the encroachments upon the ideas, works, and projects of mine, which I refer to as being Operation Wait and Take. And that is, they wait until I create something, and they come along and claim it for themselves. For example, Seinfeld, The Sentinel, Xena, based on ideas of mine, Star Trek Voyager, Steel, Starman of DC Comics, Nemesis of DC Comics, Mega 100 FM, and KCE 103.9 FM radios formats, just to name a few. I would like to state once again, which I did last time I was here, concerning this fact, that the Constitution of the United States clearly says that all states at all times shall provide for a republican form of government or a democracy. Let me word it more strongly. It states clearly that every state within the Union shall be a republican form of government. Anything worth saying is worthy of re-saying or repeating. And therefore, I have done so, and I do thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Next item.
Motions for posting and referral.
Without objection,
You
that'll
have
be the order.
excuses on the desk. Councilmember Brinson requests to be excused Friday, November 19th. City business meets council policy.
Without objection, so ordered.
Councilmember Ridley Thomas requests to be excused from today's meeting, personal business. I need a motion.
A motion by Mr. Fuhr, a second by Councilwoman Goldberg. Without objection,
That
item
clears
is
the
approved.
desk, Mr. President.
Very good. Do we have any adjourning motions, colleagues? Yes. Okay. Mr. Pacheco for an announcement prior to the adjourning motions.
Just want to announce that HCNR is, the committee meeting is not going to be held today, and we'll hold the items for the next meeting.
Okay, HCR is canceled, items held over for next meeting. Any other announcements prior to adjourning motions? Chair recognizes Councilwoman Goldberg for an adjourning motion.
I ask that we adjourn in memory of Earl Smith, a longtime resident of Glassell Park and active in the Glassell Park Improvement Association. He passed away on November the 10th after a long bout with cancer. Earl was elected president of the GPIA for the 99-2000 year, but was diagnosed with leukemia 2 weeks before his installation. After undergoing intensive chemotherapy and radiation treatments, he was discharged from the hospital, continued his community activism by attending meetings to help us fight public storage, from using Verdugo Road entrance to access the site, which was next to the Glassell Park Recreation Center, a place close and dear to his heart. He will be sorely missed. He's survived by his wife Angie and 3 children.
Mr. Hernandez?
Mr. President, members of council, I'd also like to join Councilmember Goldberg in regards to our adjourning motion for Mr. Earl Smith. I want to share with people, he was just a community person who really cared about what was going on at Glassell Park, and he spent a lot of time chewing on my ear regarding the Glassell Park itself, and sat on the advisory committee. He was real involved with the Taylor Yard study, followed through on that study, got real involved with the development of basically the LA River Arroyo Center with Conservancy, but also the development of a Home Depot there. But when you talk about Glassell Park, there's nobody who comes to mind more prominent than Earl Smith. And he came to this council to basically lobby on behalf of that community, and he's someone I think the community is going to sorely miss.
Thank you. Any other adjourning motions? Mr. Wax?
Unless the council's already done this, I'd like the council to adjourn in the memory of Alida Amabil. At one time, she had been the director of the Plaza de la Raza, and she was very close friends, obviously, of Eddie and Margot Albert, who were her mentors. And then she went to the AT&T Foundation. She became the public relations director of the AT&T Foundation. But in that process, she really steered a lot of their grants towards opening up the grant process to neighborhood arts organizations and multicultural, innovative multicultural programming, and sort of opened up their whole gift-giving, grant-making program. And she died tragically at the age of 48, and she was a wonderful woman and left many friends and many good deeds in memory.
Mr. Hernandez, like to be a second on that. Is there any other adjourning motions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you. Thank you for your patience today, council members. This was a long meeting. The council is adjourned.